Rawhide. Rawhide.
And just like that,
Yeah.
we are live. So, welcome everyone to Saturday Evening Chats. This is G23, episode number 46. We are joined tonight by Mr. Nighthawk Medic.
Thank you, sir. Glad to be here. Thanks for having an invite to me.
You are so welcome. We are also joined by the co-host extraordinaire, Mr. DM Foss. Welcome.
What up, yo?
And the first person that was in the audience tonight was Mr. Scott79, followed up by Mr. Kingpin, the Poor Conservative, Burnaby Sanchez, MKJO, and last but not least, Mike. So, welcome everyone. And I was out and about today, just doing random crap, and I needed a micro SD card / SD card reader, so I went into Staples to get one because I did want to order it off Amazon. I figured, okay, well, let's see if somebody locally has one. And I went in there, and one of the employees asked if they could help me with anything, so I told him what I was looking for. And as soon as the guy saw that I had a firearm on my hip, he wanted to run away like a scared little girl.
Well, good thing you didn't draw. He might have crapped his pants.
So he showed me where the reader was, and he was very quick to go help another customer.
Yeah, it's strange how the peacekeepers are the ones that are being alienated, isn't it?
I would have loved to have just had a little talk with him. I mean, if he was that scared, if he could have just said, I would have talked with him. I was wearing my Every Second Matters black and orange patch that I got from Guns and Barbecue. And I would have been more than willing to have any kind of conversation with him and tried to, put his little mind to ease.
Maybe he thought you were a cop and he stunk of weed.
Mate, that probably explains a lot.
I'm just saying, it doesn't necessarily mean he's anti-gun. It could be that he was holding.
But it's legal in Oregon, so he could have been holding and have been just fine.
Oh, that's right. Okay, never mind.
But I do forget that I have the Kydex holder with the level 2 retention thumb release, just like what a lot of the law enforcement carry.
Right.
So I guess it could have looked like maybe I was law enforcement. Probably not, because I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
Damn, Miami Vice, man. Come on.
I guess, yeah, you never know. We are joined out there by Wiley Guns 1776. Welcome.
Does Wiley have a channel?
I am not sure, but he asks, have you checked out the YouTube channel for the White House?
No.
No, I have not.
What's on it? Pictures of Sniffy Joe doing his thing?
Probably a lot of pedophilia. Him grabbing girls from behind, trying to sniff their hair, groping them. I don't know. We have Mr. G Webs out in the crowd, so welcome, G Webs, and I tell you, if you're looking for an Every Second Matters patch, you can definitely find them over on his website, G Webs or Gear Websites. and pick one up, and never know, it may help you start a conversation. So again, we're joined out there by Mystic Guns. Welcome, Mystic, and Southpaw RX. I know there was another person out there that I missed. Ozzy Osbourne is out there. Andrew Faulkner.
Osborne.
Osborne.
Well, you know what? It's just going to be...
He might as well change it at this point.
It's just a me thing. I'm probably the only one that does that. I missed Mario. So welcome, Mario. Sorry, I completely screwed up and missed you. Warsaw Patriot is out there. Oh, there, yeah. As I finally got my mouse out, he's like, "Hey, it's me. You missed me." I am probably one of the worst hosts out there. I do accidentally skip over people.
I don't know.
So I guess Wiley does have a channel because Southpaw says that he just subbed to him.
Oh, good. I'm going to go sub to him too.
Yes.
What is the channel? Let's see. Wiley.
Well, let's find this out because I'm going to pull it up and I am going to
Wiley.
sub to him live on YouTube.
1776. There he is. Let's see. 64 subscribers. We're going to raise that number right now. He's got some pretty good content. He's just starting out.
Let's see if I can not make a fool of myself.
He's a Glock guy, looks like. Or has Glock stuff. His last subject, are concealed carriers dangerous?
Dude, we need to get him in here. Have him jump in and talk.
I agree. You should totally invite people to this program. It would do wonders for it.
WYLIE. Might work if I spell his name right.
Kingpin put a link out in the chat, I think.
And for some reason, I am not subscribed. He has 68, so I am number 69.
Yeah, he's growing rapidly. Haha, Beavis.
There we go. Ring the bell to all.
My YouTube bell is broken. I don't get notifications for half the stuff that people put out. And it's a shame because people have put out some high quality stuff here recently. I have to go chasing around.
Yeah, I don't get them all anymore either.
Look who is late. Mr. Rob D, the New York Outcast. Welcome. Congratulations on what? Your second ever
live stream,
live stream?
Yeah, third, I think.
Third,
gonna get technical. I see how you guys are. That's all right.
Yeah, he was doing.
How's it going, fella?
Oh, that's what you look like?
I enjoyed the show, dude. It was good.
Yeah, it's a little. I deserve that.
Good times.
So I just threw the link out there if anyone wants to jump on and come in. If you've never been on a live stream, here's your chance. Or if you just want to.
It's easy. Everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
Right?
Just hit it right here. Oh, wait. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
We've got Mr. Walter Davis out in the crowd. Welcome. Ozark Yeoman is out there. I sent a couple more links out to Guns and Barbecue and Wheeled and Well Armed, so possibly they could show up.
Well, let's throw a topic out there that they'd like to get involved in and see what happens.
Why Rob should not be allowed to have rubber bullets.
Well, we know that he would just go through the cripples of the world. Like,
Yeah, he definitely would shoot anyone in a wheelchair.
That's not right.
We're not saying anything that you did not already state.
yeah, we're just kind of.
Oh, you guys are like CNN or something, like completely out of context here.
The
Well,
further you get away from it, the worse it gets.
Straighten us on how we are so wrong.
Because that was in a certain situation, the right context. You don't want to permanently harm somebody. You just need to stop them from preventing doing bad behavior. So there's different disabilities out there. Let's not get into all this. All right.
Let's give him a break, but it was funny. Yeah, Rob, I've dug the same hole for myself 100 times, man. Don't worry about it.
I mean, if Defense Dad was here, he'd probably flip him some crap about, this is what you look like?
Rob's been on camera more than that, hasn't he?
Yeah, Rob's on camera all the time when he's in his videos.
I mean, like...
So is Defense Dad when he does all of his videos.
Yeah.
He's on camera.
He's never once seen him, but boy.
Hey, man, I've always had it playing in the background.
Right, yeah. See, I run other people's crap sometimes. You know what I mean? When it's other people's stuff on follow just so they get views. And so, I may, or if it plays over your new video, I'm sorry, right?
Yeah, there's times where I'll start somebody's video and then like the wife will start talking to me or I start doing something else and I forget to like pause the video and go back and watch it, so it just keeps playing and then I'm like, I've probably already summed it up, left a comment in the first 10 seconds of the video and my mind is checked out.
I made an interesting discovery the other day. So a couple of my videos are like 50% of my watch time. And if I continue the way I'm going, I'll actually have my watch time before I have my subscriber count. So I'm excited about that.
What's the watch time? 20,000 hours?
No, for monetization, it's 4,000, I think. Hang on a minute. Let's look.
Yeah, I think it's 4,000 hours. I've already surpassed.
Nice.
I've got the hours, I believe. I just don't have the subscribers.
I think I'm up
the
to
TV down a little bit.
I think I'm up to 4 hours. I got 4 hours.
I've watched more than 4 hours of your stuff. That is not possible.
My subscribers aren't there, but hour count is probably going to clock out before almost like Medic. So, but I'm not interested. I don't plan on throwing commercials up anyway in my stuff. No disrespect to anybody, but from what I hear, I don't know, $6 every month or something, probably worth it every so many months. So doesn't seem to be. I don't like commercials, so I won't be one to put them out probably. Well, didn't mean to kill the show. But.
I'm pulling up my analytics to try to see what my overall crap. Was it Seymour?
I'm pretty sure it's 2,000 hours.
If I look at, I don't know what the hell my. This has gone to someplace completely. I always look on my phone. I never look on the computer, so now I'm like completely lost.
Well, the computer's way better. Like you can see way more on the PC when it comes to your account or anything like that. I'll add. So.
Yeah, let's look in the last 90 days. 894.6 hours. And 3.5 thousand views. If I do the year, I have 2.6 thousand view hours, 9.1 thousand views. So I have the view hours if it's 2,000. I clearly do not have. Mario says, "You're putting me to sleep." Defense Dad's out there. And Blue Healer 260 is out there. Welcome. M. Gabriel, Gun Loving Grandpa. So are you guys interested in any of the new guns that are supposedly coming out in 2021? I'm not even going to ask.
Not really, unless they come with ammo.
I keep watching SHOT Shows and realizing that a lot of the people who make guns don't shoot guns.
Bald and Curious is out in the crowd. Welcome, Bald.
Which is a little disappointing. Because there's a lot of solving for things that aren't really problems.
I've seen a couple of the revolvers that they say are coming out in 2021. I don't know. I may have to get a revolver.
Is that you're scared I have to get a revolver, or just I have to get a revolver?
No, I'm thinking I may actually just have to break down and buy a revolver. Not because I'm scared, but there was a couple of them that don't look too horrible.
Revolvers are cool.
They are.
I have a Judge.
I had a Judge. I finally sold it. I didn't shoot it much. I do want the P50 by Kel-Tec.
And nothing's really caught my eye. I just like to comfortably shoot what I have without worrying about ammo, let alone buying something else.
Oh,
the man is not
got
wrong.
Company over and got some sync playtime in. So
I love it.
And that was last week. That was last week.
I can't do anything. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying I can't do anything as far as water when he's over, or else he wants to hop up and play in the sink. So drags the chair over and jumps right on up. I was trying to make a coffee, but didn't. I got sugar and coffee, but no cream yet.
So Mario is asking the same question I asked that he just kind of glazed over. And we both say
Yeah, that's a stolen baby. He's a stolen baby. You got that right.
I always ask, who in their right mind would ever accuse a man of stealing a baby?
Hey, man, sometimes you need an excuse to get out to those fun places like Chuck E. Cheese and all those types of things.
I guess so, but I don't know many men in my life that would take an extra kid unless it came with an excellent piece of tail.
Well, my lady had kids when I got together with her.
Did she?
Yeah, I had them and separate, and obviously she had them. So, but it worked out. Modern day Brady Bunch.
I took my son to Chuck E. Cheese one time, and they stamp your hand to make sure that you're leaving with your kid.
Holy crap!
But the stamp always rubs off. So it went to leave, and I didn't have a stamp. So I just held my son up because he looks just like me. They let me go.
That's funny.
That's great.
And Defense Dad does have a good point. He said he might have to get an AR a few weeks ago, but that was actually last week. That wasn't a few weeks ago. So. And Bald says, train them young.
Yeah, definitely train them young. Get them into it and respecting it and not fearful of things and have a good time with stuff. So,
what you really need to do is train them on how to do reloading.
There you go. And then every time they get in trouble, you just send them to the reload bench.
Yeah.
You're grounded.
Reload me 500 rounds before you can go play your video game.
Instead of dropping, give me 20, it's reload me 20.
Well, until you get boom. I made that one extra big.
Yeah.
I'll get Daddy.
Smart ass. Yeah.
I'll double load this. I made my daughter take laps around the house, which actually she ended up running track.
I did that. I do laps around the house. You had the option. You could sit on your bed, or you could do laps, or depending on what it was, push-ups, sit-ups, up, down, backs. We'd have fun with it. So they'd be sweating. I tell you, my son, man, he turned out to be a beast due to it. And once they got into it, they just started doing it on their own. So, next thing I know, can I have a pull-up bar for Christmas or this or that or whatever? It's like, sure. I'd rather you doing that and just sitting on your butt playing video games. So, now he's, I don't know how to term it, a chiseled individual, I guess. Very in shape, you could say. So, even my daughter's the one there could give me 100 push-ups anytime. Yeah, I could hit her up twice a day for 100 push-ups, and she'd just rock them out. I think she scared away boys. It was nice for a while.
I let my daughter have unlimited dates at the shooting range when she was 16. So every time she'd bring a boy, said, Daddy will take you guys out. We'll go to the shooting range and then we'll go eat something. And the way my daughter shoots, boys didn't hang out very long.
That's
at least not the kind I was worried about. You set up a target at 50 yards with her sidearm and say, shoot that guy in the nuts.
Oh, boy. I don't think a glass bowl is a good idea for this.
Oh, no, that's going to shatter.
Oh, yeah.
Got a little Pyrex, though.
There you go.
That's not Pyrex.
Now smash the glass bowl with the coffee cup.
Yeah, I better wrap this little washing segment up before I get in trouble.
Walter Davis says the kids dig out a basement for a new
No spill so far. Ooh.
Careful.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll
It
be
seems
back
like-
with you.
It seems like every time I'm out at the range, I have at least one flyer that goes down south on my targets.
A lot of times your shots will go where you're staring intently with an ache in your heart to acquire. So, if you're staring at the target's junk when you're shooting at it, then there's a pretty good chance that you're going to hit there.
We have Mr. Christian Grest out in the chat. Welcome. He just did a 1K giveaway.
Yep.
Yep.
Yay, Christian.
I'm still waiting. You've got to be able to be hitting that 1K here in the next month, Medic.
No, I'm not moving fast enough. I'll probably be 1K by middle of the year.
I don't know. I think you're going to have one of those videos that's just going to catch a ride and catch a wave, and you're going to probably spike in a nice, like 500 subscribers.
Thank you. I appreciate that vote. That would be fun. Like I said, I want to see the reason that they choose not to monetize me.
I don't think that they won't. They'll still monetize you. You may have limited monetization on certain things.
I don't know. He's one of them weird ones. Have you ever watched his videos?
Dude, he's just way too happy.
Swear he's on drugs like every video. Hi, welcome to Nighthawk Medic Shoots. Let me show you how happy I can be today. Like, he's got to be on something.
No, dude. It's just
that could be an issue.
It's a matter of moderating your voice. Hey there, America. It's Nighthawk Medic again. And we're here to talk about my favorite thing. Why would you talk about guns and not be happy about it?
People that happy make me nervous. I'm looking for the angle. Something's wrong, goddammit.
Especially if they have a firearm in their hand.
No, I love shooting. It is my favorite. It's been my favorite thing my whole life. A bad day at the range is better than a good day doing anything else.
Honestly, back when you were like 30 subscribers and I subscribed to your channel, I could have swore you were probably like a cheerleader back in school, because you're all kind of hyper. I was like, dude, he must have been a male cheerleader in school.
Dude, I chill myself out for these chats a lot. A lot.
So I knew a male cheerleader. So people used to pick on him, saying he was gay and stuff. I think he turned out being bisexual, but I don't know. You can say it however you want to. He hung out with all the cheerleaders, was in the back rooms. I mean, he had the ins and outs. So I just called him a greedy bastard, basically.
Right.
So and he ended up, from the sounds of it, the guy had a great time. So dealt with a lot of shit, apparently. But I don't know how he turned out as an adult. It's hard to say. But, yeah, he was a decent friend as a kid.
So, Bald has a question out there, and the why bother being monetized to spend 2K making videos to make 500? Okay,
2K?
So the thing is
I don't think I spent $20.
if you are monetized, you're gonna have to pay taxes on that. If you have to pay taxes on that, then you can also write off the cost of every bit of ammo, write the cost off of every firearm due to business expenses. So now you're getting every single thing for free because the government is going to refund your money.
Well, that's not free, and there's a big difference between a
big
tax
difference.
write-off and free. You get a
But
percentage
it's less
back.
impactful.
Yeah.
That's like chunk change, bottles and cans returns back on your investment. It does add up. Well, it's the same thing with business. Like I could write off almost anything, you know, even clothing if I wanted to. But in the end, is it really worth it? If you do a lot, hell yeah, you know, and especially if you owe a lot, I mean, get every bit you can. You know, it's the system. You work it the way it's supposed to be worked, and it, you know, shouldn't be a problem if you're better at saving money than other people. You're following their rules, but.
Well, I play the game, right? And this for me will be a boon because I'll be able to start claiming that game. Yeah.
And that it can help you out in other places. Me personally, I'm not worried about it or whatever. And I don't think I'm going to get to that point where it's going to matter anyway. So I spend more time upsetting people than friending them apparently. So
that just means they're going to love you more.
Maybe.
What I'd like to do is, so currently right now I buy about 7 firearms a month. And then the ones that perform well typically will make video. And I'm not saying the other guns don't perform well. I'm just saying I can't take them out of a box, put ammunition in them, and go do exactly what a self-defense firearm can do immediately. And those are the only ones I really share on my channel. What I would like to do, since it's about $200, it costs me about $280 to produce a video, is to produce, you know, every video, every firearm. So that's what that will help with.
Yeah. And the thing is people are asking, you know, who spends $2,000 per year just making videos? If you'd be surprised if you added up the cost of your ammo, if you added up your gas to drive to and from the range, you add up your range membership if you pay a range membership, you add
Wait a minute. Aren't you doing most of that shit anyway because you are an original true gun guy? Or are you talking about just somebody that
I'm just saying
wants something to do, so they got to buy stuff, buy it in, just buy the gun, go to the range? Like, you know, if you're in this, that's shit you should have anyway. I mean,
right.
You know,
I don't count
show up at a party and slap a bill over. That's ridiculous. Yeah.
I'm talking about loss of value on the firearm and taxes paid.
Yep.
Yeah. I can see there being people spending money, but without a real big channel, you know, I don't see it being that type of deal. I think a lot of people bitch a lot. You know, if you want to see me do more stuff with your money, send it to me and I'll buy cool stuff and do stuff for you. You know what I mean? That's what you see a lot of. I mean, be honest. Let's just put it that way.
Well,
I mean, I've done this. I don't have 100 gun videos out, but I don't own 100 guns. You know what I mean? So obviously, if I was cycling them more, if I lived in a better state where it wasn't such a hassle and could do that, it may be a little different. But in the end, I do it because I like doing it. Nobody paid me to do it. So
exactly.
You know, even if I get it didn't cost me shit at this point. Not that I'm fabulous or anything, but some people I think push a little too far to want us to pay for their fun personally.
Yeah. Even if I would to make it to like a monetization, I don't even know if I'd ever do monetization. It's still one of those ones that you kick back and forth in your head and like,
shit, I'd take Google's money.
I don't look down on anybody that does it. It's just, you know, different strokes for different folks in a sense. If you like it, you'll watch it. Yeah, that's how it goes. I've watched people's with commercials. I hate them, but I still watch it. You know, but you know, it's just different formats of doing things. So there's nothing wrong with it. Don't get me wrong. To me, it's just it's not a fit for me. I'm not gonna try to be something I'm not. Beat my head against the wall because I got a shitty investment coming back in because I'm not the superstar I dream to be. You know, I forget that. I'm better off in other areas. Trust me. So
I was gonna buy a bunch of guns and shoot them. That's what happened before I started putting them on YouTube. And then I realized that if I could get people to watch that and even just put in, you know, a 5-second blurb about advocacy, there's a chance that somebody might pay attention, right? And so that is the the whole point of the channel is these guns will work. And while you're at it, get off your ass and do something. And if I can get the United States government to give me a tax break while I'm doing my hobby, you bet your ass.
That's what Ozark, and that's what I was saying is, tons of people call their hobbies a business as a tax write-off, and it's very clever.
Yep.
And if you can get the anti-gunners to pay you, why not take their money and then use their money to go buy more firearms or buy more ammo?
Why who's not? Been quiet during all this?
Mr. Foss?
Yeah, the one man who probably has an intelligent decision.
Well, when I set up my channel, I did set up all that, all the monetization stuff that you have to fill out. But my thinking was anything, if I ever got to the point where I was monetized, anything I got in was money I could put towards supporting other channels through Patreon or, something like that. That was the only reason I did any of that.
Yeah. And Christian Gress says, I enjoyed the video editing. See, I've got to spend more time learning video editing and stuff. I've never been a computer guy, never been a tech geek or any of that kind of stuff. So a lot of my editing is just basic. I don't do a whole lot of editing.
Did you see Walter's comment?
I wish I could pay somebody to do editing. Shit. And videos might be good. I just usually kind of run them how they are, kind of try to get it somewhat good to go with it. So
mine are edited to hell and back.
Yeah,
together.
I try to. The way I see it, if you can do it and just do it, it seems to work out better than slicing and dicing and everything. Those are the bad days where I'm piecing this good part together and that good part, and it just turns into a job. And for me, it's not worth it to me.
Right.
So it's nice when things sometimes just work out good. Yeah, it can be tricky. So I know as far as if you are doing tax wise and things like that, I don't know how far people are into things, but just so it is aware and people don't get the wrong idea, it isn't free. You get to write off a percentage of everything. But that could go as far as a holster to, clothes you're going to wear while shooting. If you're going to lunch talking about making a video, that would count. That lunch bill. The gas to and from that counts. You can stay even if you have a home office or studio. You count the number of rooms in your house. If you have 5-6 rooms, and it's 1/5, 1/6 of the income that comes in for that household, basically, as far as
footage.
Exactly, yes. So if you have a range outside, you could write that off in square footage. So there is, depending on where you're at in this, there is definitely a benefit to that. But
you're not going to get
thing
rich.
Is it seems like, exactly. People think they're just going to jump in and be the next superstar. You watch these from the outside, and you're like, "Oh man, I'll just show some of my guns, ba boom, ba bang." Next thing you know, I'm hanging out with Hitchcock or something. And it don't work that way. So, and everybody's not necessarily good at this, and people have different flavors. So that's why it's not a bad idea to duplicate some things, because just about everything I've made, somebody else has probably done better. But some people prefer my take on it, or I might pick up something different. You know what I mean? That the focus on that other people are. So it's kind of nice to have a variety, not be singled out, worried that, well, everybody made a video on this gun. Well, everybody's not you. So the things that are different to you might be attractive to somebody else as well. So, but again, it does seem like a lot of people are just focused on cash in this, but that's like a lot of things with life. So, the Patreon thing, it just keep going on, but just remember, I see that as kind of a sham. Patreon wins. It reminds me of court. Doesn't matter if you're fighting for or against. The only person that wins is the attorney. Patreon's making money either way. Everybody seems to donate to other channels, and it's like, I don't understand. People are giving you money to improve your channel or to use towards your channel, then use it in your damn channel. Don't give it to somebody else. They want to see you do shit. But it does seem like everybody kind of scratches the other's back. I don't know if there's like points or something that goes on, but they got to be making money. So if you're giving it to A and then A gives it to C and C is giving it to A, the only people really benefited are Patreon. So, anybody out there for me, I've got a P.O. box. You want to help me out? Sure. I'm not asking. I'm not begging. Mail me something. I'm fine with that. As long as it isn't ticking or smell like a bag of shit, I'm happy. So, other than that, that's it. But
can't send ammo to a P.O. box.
Maybe not, but you can send a gift card if you're empowered to. By all means, I'm not going to say no, but it's not what I do it for, and nobody gets a cut. I mean, maybe 49 cents for a stamp, unless that went up again. So, but needless to state, to me, I just never a fan of those middleman organizations because they're the ones that are the real winners with most situations because they're getting paid either way.
Kingpin says you can write off a boat. I've never tried to write my boat off. I guess I could make it a business expense.
Walter's saying, so Rob, you seem a little knowledgeable. I'm doing year-end totals for taxes right now. How the hell can I write off the damn boat?
Well, if you want to get technical, you need to do some boat shooting. But or even make a boating channel up real quick or something like that. If you're actually using it, it's legit. I know it sounds crazy, but that's the way the laws work. So, Granted, if you didn't prior to this year, then you can't last year, but you can on the coming year. So,
but
that would probably be smart for a boater. Boats are nothing but bust out another 1,000. So anyway, you could save a buck. Run it around the bay, make a few videos, call it your boating channel, and shit. I mean, anything you can do, man.
Bald and Curious, not the hooker specifically.
But the entertainment you can.
The entertainment.
Or if you made videos off your boat, you could state your boat's your studio.
Say you're an adult film executive, there's a potential.
I would just suggest when you do anything with your taxes or anything like that, IRS, if you have any big changes, don't be surprised if you get audited. It's happened to me before. It's a pain in the ass, but if you're poor one year and making money the next, you usually get audited. That's the way it goes.
They audited me 8 years back the moment Biden hit presidency. 8 years.
8 years back. Okay.
Yeah, they went through 8 years of my taxes and sent me a letter saying I owed them another $1,400.
Wow. But my tip is make notes every time you do anything that's going to be taxable or look at it. Make a note at why and when. Therefore, if you do get audited, it's real simple to roll back through your paperwork and be able to point something out. As long as you can justify it at the time and it's within the rules given, that's another thing. You can go and print out actual forms, and they leave a lot to interpretation. I'll leave it that way. So as long as you can prove to your best knowledge you weren't trying to scam them and this and that, it counts. You may go back and forth a little, but you can do it. And once you get the reputation of that with your tax people, they don't screw with you as much. So just to put it out there.
You can also write the boat off. Like if you're construction, like if you own your own construction business or you own your own business, period. And all you have to do is just take one potential client out on the boat, and you can write that off as a business expense. Saying that you
not
know.
Exactly. So
Yeah, so that's kind of pushing it. I would definitely use it for more than one occasion.
yeah, you're not going to be
well,
able to say
to-
my $40,000.
It's not good to, bend the rule. You know what I mean, in a sense, because then you're looking for issues. But if you can legally circumvent or whatever, fall within, then that's fine. But just one thing might not be the wisest choice.
well,
You might get away with it, but I'm sure you're going to get a lot of extra focus. And
okay, maybe
might
more
not be the
than one
reputation you
time,
want.
but you have to do it at least once to be able to, try to argue it.
Please listen to your tax professional.
Right? I am not I am not a tax attorney. I am not a tax preparer. Well, I prepare my own private taxes.
Just start doing gun videos in the boat, man. I think that would be the easiest way, because then you don't even need to pay for gas. Technically, you can be docked out there and just go
But my
through.
question is, can you actually fire off of a boat?
So
And
Yeah.
exactly
Yeah,
how
it
far
depends
out
where you
can
are,
you
but
do
yeah.
it?
yeah, ish.
I mean, because I know, what is it? If you're over 3 miles out, you become in international waters.
Correct.
It's either 3 or 6 miles out. You're in international waters. And if you start shooting off the boat, then does that not become an international conflict?
It doesn't matter. Once the bathing suits come off, you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the way around. But that okay. I just need to know the legalities.
I had a buddy who used to say topless after we're out of sight of the coast. So
I had some friends that got messed up and ended up drifting over. The anchor line broke,
nice.
and ended up drifting over in a bay liner over to Canada, and they got boarded by the Canadians. And I guess they weren't fucking around. They boarded with ARs and everything, ready to roll. And they were both naked as can be and drunk and passed out down in the bottom. And obviously woke up with people shining lights and everything down on them, and it was a pretty crazy ordeal. So be careful. You have some crazy nights. Make sure your anchor's good. You might wake up unexpectedly. So it was they still talk about it. I mean, they obviously pull everybody up. So you're standing there all butt ass naked. You got 6 guys on your boat. You got more on the other boat or whatever it is. Everybody's shining lights and shit. It's just, I guess it's a memorable experience for the lady in that situation. His lady.
Yeah,
so.
It's super polite. They're super polite the whole time. Could you stand there naked, eh?
From what I hear, they weren't too polite when they boarded, but as things, when they realized what was going on, things calmed down. But after they all got a free show, of course.
Spread
your cheeks, eh?
Christian says, "I'm glad y'all have all these tax write-offs figured out. My wife's going to be happy about these when I tell her, except the hookers, of course."
Well,
Well, if you get them holding a gun, hey, man, there's possibilities, but
then they're no longer hookers.
Story.
You don't call them hookers.
That's right.
At that point. You call them gun buddies
or something. Yeah. Hey, it all counts.
That's a model.
No, seriously, you can do a lot with write-offs if you're not scared to. My biggest point is take notes along the way. So if something does come up later, you know what the hell you were thinking at the time, because that's really what matters. Honestly, just doing something because somebody told you or whatever isn't the best idea. It's good to just print shit out, look at it yourself. I used to know the name of the form, but I can't think of it now. I'm sure you guys can look it up, but you can basically get the general rules. I mean, if you're looking to save money, you really can, but it's a little bit of work, and you got to do it right to be able to answer for everything you do. So,
hookers with guns are stick-up girls. See, if you can get a couple politicians to go out with you, it's all golden. Your taxes will fly right through. No one will even ask a question.
Never dated a politician. Had a district attorney ask me out, but I ran from that.
You don't have to date him. All you have to do is just get him on the boat so that this way you can write everything off and say, hey, well, this person was out there with me. That's all you need the politicians for.
Yeah, it's funny that district attorney, I wasn't trying to get involved with when we were talking. She asked what I did and all this stuff, and she needed a roof, and we got bull crapping about it, whatever. Time went on, never ended up going out with her and this and that. She never called me about the roof. She ended up calling it a company. Well, guess what? Guess who showed up to do her roof? My crew got called in to do it. So it was funny shit. So I thought it was hilarious. I know she felt like a dumbass because it would have been cheaper and the same guy was doing it, like literally. But whatever. Don't matter to me if I'm doing it, as my 9 to 5 or after hours. Either way, I'm getting paid. Would have got paid more the other way, and she would have saved money. But whatever. Thought it was pretty funny though.
Yeah, that is funny.
Walter says, next summer, everyone is invited. It would be a great time. I guess he's pre-planning for next year's taxes.
Yeah, he's been trying to get us out on the boat, man. I feel bad kind of asked out on it this year, but, all this COVID stuff and everything. Walter's been trying to throw out the East Coast get-together for a while.
Whereabouts?
He's got a decent boat, man. Jersey.
He's in Jersey. Yep.
It's big enough for all of us, that's for sure. So,
in Jersey, can you even own firearms?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know you can't have hollow points.
I mean, worst come to worst, you can't bring your gun. I mean, boo-hoo. Do you think one of us is going to rape you or something? Come on, man.
I'm not sure.
One of us is going to rape you? Are you looking forward to that, is what you're saying?
No, that's the reason why you got to bring the gun.
You want to see the mouse?
Man up, man.
Just
you'll be
it
all
like
right.
A man.
Oh, crap.
You'll have a story to tell your wife when you get home.
Or not.
Babe, Rob was amazing. And you'd be so proud of me. I didn't cry. I just buried my face in the pillow.
God, let's not go there.
And let him have at it.
Oh, man. That's... Wow, that's a hell of an image.
Oink, oink.
Oh, hell no.
Try not to smile.
Yeah, Walter ain't trying to have that shit on his boat.
Right? He's like, never mind. None of y'all are invited.
Fuck these people. Good times.
Yeah, I think it would be fun, man. You guys need to get your ass out here. Be a good time. We can do our own little Woodstock. He's got a farm too. Get out to the farm, camp out, do a Woodstock.
Hell yeah.
See who can last the longest on a bull, or the closest thing he has.
Yeah, I think I probably have that one in this group.
So Moo is volunteering because he says cops can't hear you scream on a boat.
Holy Christ on a cracker, man.
There you go. Yeah, Moo would be fun. Shit. That'd be one hell of a boat, man. I tell you, like, if it went down the way I envisioned, shit, we'd have some stories.
We'll be making another run.
4K. Wow. Oh, no. Okay.
Oh.
Kingpin has his Captain Stubbing outfit ready.
That's why Foss went into Love Boat.
Yeah, I saw it.
So I'll be bringing Captain Morgan. Hi, matey.
Mario, have you come in to try to right this ship?
What the hell, man? I see a black man trying to be black. What's going on here, man?
Oh,
What's going on, man?
I don't know. This stream has gone off the deep end.
It's Saturday night.
Yeah, it's Saturday night and we can't be at the bar.
Exactly. You know what's really kind of odd that I don't hear Nighthawk yapping the whole freaking time.
That's because he's got KFC in his mouth.
No, I heard you guys stab me in the back when I got off the stream the other day, so I'm adapting my behavior.
Oh shit!
Somebody got butthurt.
Who stabbed who in the back?
No, I just adapted my behavior. I'm not butthurt.
Mm-hmm. Hey, don't choke on that, man. Just saying.
Yeah, sometimes it takes people talking to keep these shows going. So,
Yep.
sometimes I feel like I don't talk enough, and sometimes I feel like I'm rambling on too much. So,
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
it's a
I thought
fine
I
line.
was doing. Yeah, but I passed over the line, and people got upset. So I'm trying not to talk as much.
On whose show?
It's not important. A lesson was learned.
Yeah, which
They
which
didn't have the
one?
nuts to say it to my face. So
Yeah, which
I took the
show?
feedback offline.
Because you're such a chat whore, we don't know which one you're talking about.
I know.
yeah, I think we're all been there, all
Yep.
guilty. So,
Speak
I
for
know.
yourself.
I mean, shit. Especially when one of us gets passionate about something. Good Lord. Yeah, some of these shows, I mean, it turns into a screaming battle at that point. People just lose their shit, you know? So, but, yeah, that's what keeps it interesting sometimes. I mean, shit, look at that guy G23. Half the time, he leaves his own goddamn show. I mean, what is
For
that?
hours.
Yeah.
Seriously, man. Seriously. So true.
For hours, that
I know.
G23 will just bail out of his own show.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it feels like a big dog. He's like, look at these fools working for me for free. Shit. He sits back there and snacks, makes jokes with his lady. Dumb motherfucker.
They better bring me my motherfucking money.
Oh,
Try what he's saying the whole time. Bitch better have my money.
Yes, Master. I'm gonna talk here in your chats. Mm-hmm.
That's like that whole watch my car, bro. Like, shit.
You had to have been there.
Apparently, lucky I wasn't. Shit.
You would have been watching my car.
Either I would have laughed or stabbed your tire or something. But yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Just went out and twisted your valve stem out with your lady. Like, what is he doing?
I'm fixing his stuff for his mouth.
Call the cops. I'll give it back, you bastard.
We are joined out in the crowd by Mr. Ghost Tactical. Welcome, Ghost. So,
Yeah, just add that little tip to people. If you really want to screw with somebody's tire, go for the valve stem. Like the basic Bic pen cap will get it out, no problem. So just stick it in and give it a slight turn. And those things are pennies.
Or just
way
have
cheaper than getting busted for actually damaging a tire. So, and it's not technically damage. So, depending how you look at it. So, if you want to play the game, know how to play it.
Or just have the tool to remove it.
Or pay, your local crackhead $20 and be like, dude, go fuck him up. And they'll do it.
That valve stem removal.
You're overpaying.
Yeah, it's good fun to watch sometimes. You're surprised, some of the way they work, it's entertaining.
So what were you saying, Foss, that I cut you off?
Oh, I was just going to say the valve stem removal tool.
Yeah, well, there you can have that, or I actually have a valve stem cap that also
Well-
has the removal tool built into the cap.
Well, I keep a couple of those around because that's what I use to disassemble my PK380.
I have to
It
know
really works for that.
part. Yeah.
That's
great information. Thanks, man.
Yeah,
So-
it is actually.
Nissan back in the day used to put the spare tire inside your car, and it was deflated. And so you'd put the spare on the car, and then they gave you a can of compressed air, and you would fill your tire after it was already on and sitting on the ground. That's how you filled up your tire. For your
So,
That
spare.
seems weird.
I
Figure
And
you'd
so
fill
then-
it up in the
And
trunk
fair.
before you put it on.
Nope, because it wouldn't fill
That's weird.
correctly.
So one of my employees was like 9 months and 3 weeks pregnant, and she had a flat tire in the parking lot. So she came to me and she's like, "Hey, Paul, can you help me change my tire?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course." So I get out there and I go to start pulling the shit out of her trunk to change the tire and get the spare tire. And she goes, "No, my dad wasn't ever around. Nobody ever taught me how to change a tire. Do you mind teaching me how to change a tire?" I was like, "Yeah, not at all." She goes, "But I want to do it." Yeah, you see where this is going, right? So I'm in the parking lot with a girl who's a week away from delivering, and people walking by going, "Paul's an asshole."
Right?
Why
What
would
is
you-
that?
That's funny, yeah.
Because I'm standing there giving her directions.
Yeah. That's messed up, man. That's funny. Yeah, I
You
had a
should've been like-
neighbor actually come over and ask me to teach her how to cut grass. Like, yeah, which was funny because, she was like a hot chick. She came over and had me out there showing her how to cut grass. My lady's like, "What the hell's going on here?" I'm like, "I want to know how to cut grass." I don't know.
I swear to God, baby.
I wasn't like the golf pro holding her hips or nothing,
Not
but
touching.
it's pretty damn sad that just she I don't know how old she was,
Man,
20 some odd years old, had never touched a mower, had no clue, nothing. It's like, damn.
I would have paid money to put that on video, man.
Yeah.
You start singing that song from Glory. Oh my Lord, Lord. I see you saying that shit. I'm like, oh yeah.
We have
I'm ruthless,
Miss
I'm
Vanessa.
ruthless.
We have Miss Vanessa Kitty out in the crowd. Welcome.
Hey, Vanessa. Hey.
We have
Hello, Vanessa. Hopefully
Mr.
you got your prize from Rick's Fill-In show a while ago from I think it was Jason Stewart. So hopefully you got that too.
We have Mr. Misha N, a fellow Oregonian. So,
Jesus, Rob, I don't know if I would have said yes to that. How hot was this girl?
I would have.
I can't speak of that. That's
Yeah, you
crazy.
can't remember. You can't put him on the spot like that right now.
No, I
you
forgot.
got-
I forgot. My bad, dude. My
Yeah,
bad.
dude, seriously, man.
My
See,
bad.
this is what you get in trouble, Nighthawk.
I know it is.
God.
It is. It totally is.
What kind of guy are you, man?
I've been married to my lady for 25 years, man. I could literally show her a picture of a naked woman and she'd go, "Yeah, she's all right."
So Rob,
See, that's white people,
Still-
man.
That is white people.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man.
so Rob, step outside, give us the information, and then head back inside.
No, I think the fact that he should not speak of it.
Just a minute, okay?
No, why are you trying to start trouble, man?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's
We were
messed up.
By the way, we were talking about the pizza. It's very yummy. Just
Was that pizza?
Great.
yes, hey man, y'all need to
thought-
back him up, man. What's wrong with y'all?
I thought that was mac and cheese.
Fabulous
Man,
pizza.
you do-
No, that's not
Fabulous,
mac
bro.
and cheese. That's pepperoni, garlic,
Is that,
and apparently olive.
Is that one of the local pizzerias there in New York?
Yep.
Yeah, pepperoni.
Yeah, this isn't my go-to, but when we do sheets, this is the one we go for.
Okay.
It's actually a pretty good looking pizza. Now that
Yeah,
Yeah.
it tastes good. Don't get me wrong. It's passable. Out of like
It's passable?
1 to 5, I give it a good 3.5, 4, which is saying something.
So explain to me New York style pizza, bro.
Oh,
Talk to me about it because I don't know nothing about it, bro.
All right. In my opinion, it's a slice as big as your head to start with.
That's
It's
what I'm
huge
talking about.
compared to
That's
most
pimp.
people.
That's pimp
People
right
can't
there.
handle it, Kids got to cut it in half or thirds sometimes.
so like
The
a
crisp
Costco slice
or the
pizza.
no.
something,
Bigger.
But
Bigger.
I've never shopped at Costco, so I'm not sure.
It's twice as big.
Yeah,
Man,
they're
Costco's
big.
got the most ghettoest pizza. Like, why are you comparing it to that, bro? We're talking about fine Italian pizza here.
Pizza didn't even
That's
come
where
from
the-
Italy.
Look,
The New
man,
York
we're
fold
gonna
comes in because of it being so big. And
Yeah,
then you got oil that's just going to drip down on your lap if you're not
Ooh,
careful.
that's what I'm
It's
talking
real
about.
cheese, not that low fat crap.
Mm-hmm.
The crust,
Mhm.
like it's going down from the top when you pull aside the cheese and everything, the beautiful cheese that's overflowing and get
Mhm.
down underneath whatever may be there. You got a nice textured kind of ripply crust on the top, just like 1/8 of an inch. And then it starts to thicken up. It gets a little harder, and then you hit the bottom surface. So this is all this magic happens within like less than 1/8 of an inch.
That's what I'm
And
talking
then the
about.
bottom's got a nice crisp to it. So you pick
you know,
it up,
dude,
and it
you know,
almost
dude,
wants to snap.
You should call this pizza porn, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're getting me going, and I got this damn stuff. Oh, I want the real
That's right.
stuff.
This is good.
Yeah, it is good.
No, it's not Italian. Okay, I don't care, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you morons call Taco Bell Mexican. I don't want to hear that shit.
No, we don't.
Or
Taco Bell is a bastardized
that's
American invention.
or you guys call
Call
Chipotle
that
Mexican.
mystery
I'm like,
food.
let me tell you something. No freaking no person that of brown color is going to consider Chipotle Mexican food.
I look at it this way: if you don't have lingua on the menu, then you ain't Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, but there's more than that, bro.
I'm just saying.
A real motherland freaking taco truck is going to have everything.
Oh yeah,
Dude, roast coaches are so friggin' delicious.
I gotta admit, I've only had white people tacos until I had to go work in Wyoming and rented a room with a Mexican guy. And let me tell you something, his family would come over weekly, and you can't even compare Taco Bell or something to a real freaking Mexican family taco. Like it's
like I said,
that's can't compare it.
You can't compare it. Yes, and stop being ignorant, ball. Don't be hating. Appreciate fool.
What did he say?
He's always talking shit.
He says Taco Bell is better than Mexican.
Oh hell
Dude.
no!
The only place I will eat tacos anymore, unless it's 3 a.m., is this little Mexican family's restaurant down here because they cook up a storm and it is so good.
You nasty.
I've always stated you got to be drunk or just straight crazy to eat at Taco Bell. Nobody in their right mind goes there unless you're hammered, in my opinion.
And you know, I was very offended back in the day when they had that slogan, "Make a run for the border." I'm like, oh hell no! I already passed the border. Hell's wrong with y'all?
Come on, the world's most racist dog.
I was gonna say, what about the little Chihuahua?
Yeah,
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Yo quiero Taco Bell. Like, no, man. I had a Chihuahua. That motherfucker don't say that.
Oh.
Good times.
Bald says, Mario, you aren't even Mexican. How would you know?
Hey, here's my thing. First of all, I'm around them all the time, bro. And let's stop and think about it. Most people in here are geographically challenged. They don't know the damn difference. You know what I'm saying?
I
It's all
know.
good.
You got Mexico, then you've got El Salvador, Guatemala.
Again, like I said, geographically challenged. First you got Guatemala, and then you got Belize, and then underneath that is El Salvador, Nicaragua, okay, Honduras, Panama.
Who even counts Honduras?
Well,
Hondurans.
you're gonna start counting them pretty soon and start coming over the border, bro.
Yeah.
I had one of my former bosses was from Honduras, and I used to flip him a lot of crap too.
Yeah.
I was.
Hey, don't mess with people in Honduras. They're proficient with a machete, bro. They're gonna go crouching, tiger, hidden white people on you. You don't want that.
Crouching tiger and dragon.
That's right. No, hey, man.
So
That's
yeah,
right,
no,
man.
he used to, because I would make him angry all the time.
If I had to see you every time, I'd be angry too. Shit.
And everything, and then come to find out that he had a son. He had a son that he left back in Honduras. Whose name was Daniel.
Oh, okay.
So he's like, "You remind me a hell of a lot of my son. We'd always argue."
That's why he left the motherfucker.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. Slovakia, dude, seriously, I don't care about Slovakia. I like Slovenia because that's where old girl came from.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's her name? Trump's wife?
Yes.
Slovenia? Like, hell yeah.
Boy, they make them pretty.
Oh, yeah, they do. Indeedo.
In between genocides.
In between genocides. This fool had to throw the History Channel lesson in there.
I didn't want to miss that. I can't have him being like, the Slovaks are all great.
Oh, crispy pepperoni. Oh, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to start becoming vivid chat up in here pretty soon.
I know. He's going to be like trying to tell you how good the mozzarella cheese is.
Yeah, something like that.
Try describing it.
Food pornography.
Oh, yeah.
That's got to be a thing. Everything else is a thing. Let's Google
Everything is a thing, man. You know what I'm saying?
He's straight calling you out, Mario.
Oh, I don't care what Bald's got to say, man.
What is Bald calling him out for now?
Oh, no, man. Me and him go way back because we do the chat with the Scotsman.
Foreign and domestic.
Yeah, foreign domestic. Bro, was talking crap to each other. But you know what? He is the only guy that actually got shit back drunk and did the Itsy Bitsy Spider in a line. I must tell you, it was all kind of a line, but
he walked a line singing Itsy Bitsy Spider.
Dude, he drank that whole thing.
Now that's some props right there.
Oh yeah, bro.
Well, damn, Bald. Damn, I thought I knew you.
Oh no, man, Bald is gangster, bro.
Straight Alan. Gianna's gay passed out.
Well, see, I came up with the Itsy Bitsy Spider on the line. So.
Of course you did, motherfucker. Oh my god!
I come with all the evil plans to the foreign and domestic chat. But good
well,
job,
I'm pissed.
Go ahead, bro.
I was just saying, I'm pissed. Went through stock yesterday. Some of my storage food was expired or about to be. I just went through stuff not long ago. This damn rotating stuff's a pain in the ass, you know, when you're not paid to do it. Stay on top of your shit, people, if you're looking.
Yeah.
Hey, we got somebody who can help.
Wheeled and Well Armed has a link in his email if he decides he wants to jump on.
Hey, tell us how it's done here, Foss.
Yeah, tell us, Foss.
I wasn't listening. What?
Tell him, New York. Tell him the problem you're having, because Foss is like a master of this shit.
I was just complaining about finding expired stock and storage food that I have. So it seems like I just went through this back when this Corona stuff started, and now I'm going back through again and finding more stuff that's an issue. What I've noticed is a lot of products that are out now, like let's say your cheaper stores, the shelf life is like 4 months out. Everything's expired in June. So I don't know if products are changing on how long they're holding, or
it's hard to tell because sometimes it'll be at the store level where they're not rotating their stock, but it can also be the warehouse, because we ran into that for a while where the warehouse isn't rotating their stock. So we'll get stuff in that, have short dates or is actually already outdated. So when you buy it, you got to look at your dates. And then when you have it, you got to keep up on your rotation. The new stuff goes in back, the old stuff stays in front.
See, I knew we had somebody who knew what the hell he was talking about.
See, man, like homie used to say, puff, puff, give, man. Messing up rotation. Messing up rotation.
I'm wondering if setting like a monthly reminder, or not monthly necessarily, but would be a good thing in a sense. Almost like marking it on your calendar every quarter to,
the easy way of doing
your
it.
Oil, check your food stock, all this type of stuff or something.
Rob, the easiest way of doing it?
What's that?
When you get something new and you're going to put it in the back.
Face it, shelf it. Yeah, I get all that, but it's not on your mind all the time, and I don't buy new stuff.
Check the date that's on the front cans and see, okay, well, we need to use this and put the other stuff in the back, and keep rotating it, use stuff and replace it.
If you're doing long-term storage, stuff that you're not going to touch unless you need it, then keep like a notepad or something. That way you can write down, and instead of having to go look at every single can or every single box, you can look at your list. And then that list will give you a quick reference of this is coming up, so we want to use this up or something like that.
I'm liking that idea. Yeah, because I assume I'm not the only person that's had this problem, or that just had to go out and drop $150 on groceries. I hope I never have to eat.
Yeah, but, another thing that I do is I have a tendency of getting a Sharpie, and I put it in really big bold letters so I know exactly what I have and when it's expiring. Especially stuff with bags and stuff. I have a tendency of also putting like a small little like a little tab with the actual date on there, because that way you're not having to mess with all your stock, or especially if you have it stocked a certain way. So that's a suggestion as well. I think every prepper runs into this problem. It's just it's just one of those things that you can either put reminders on your phone, but you can remind yourself every 2 weeks or every month or so. Just something to think about.
The easiest way to do it is to buy stuff that you're going to use and buy extra. That way you're going through it and then restocking it rather than having it set and then forgetting about it.
I agree with that. Buy stuff you'll actually eat. Right now we bring stuff, added it to the normal collection that's going to be coming in a date, but it's, it's Cheez-Its my daughter loves, things like that. It's stuff that isn't an issue, so it's not a problem to eat it and not waste it. But yeah, do you think like the phone or jotting a note on a calendar, what do you think's a good turnaround to keep an eye on your stuff?
That's up to you. Not everybody not everything is going to work for everybody. If there's a system that you already use for other stuff, then use that. But you know, I can't say doing this one thing will work for you. You know,
Or do both. Write it on the calendar and put a reminder in your phone, so you have the double up, reminders.
Yeah, the calendar thing probably wouldn't work for me. I don't stare at them often. Um, the lady, it would help, remind her in a sense. So she's a calendar person in a sense. I used to be, but right now in life, it's not an issue to have to focus on that when she does. So the phone thing might be a good reminder for me or something like that, or PC, something. You stay on top of it, and then like now I'm all hot and bothered about it because I just spent money and threw some shit away that I shouldn't have had to because I'm a dumbass, and nothing makes me more upset than wasting my own damn money. I hate seeing money wasted, period, let alone if it's my own, but it gets me going. But again, in 3 months when I'm busy with life and work and shit like that, a reminder's probably a good thing. Definitely more affordable than throwing stuff away and rebuying it.
I don't know if really the only things that I store for long-term survival that have anything resembling a questionable shelf life are dried foods, and they're 7-8 years. Most of my protein is made from pemmican, which means pemmican actually becomes less likely to spoil the longer you have it. And then bread products are all hardtack, are all made into hardtack, and it's kind of the same way. So I was sitting here trying to think. I do have some like canned stuff, but we actually eat that pretty consistently. I think how you align your survival food is also kind of important.
So we are joined out in the crowd by Rougaroo's channel. Welcome.
And in general, I go cheap. I've got like bags of beans, bags of rice, seasonings, individual packets that you can add some water to, and have an item or meal item, whatever you can state. So I try to be cheap and easy. Pastas, things along those lines.
Your dried stuff,
canned goods,
it's not going to go bad.
At
it's
all.
Just going to lose nutritional value.
Yeah. Dried beans.
Well, that's a big problem though, because nutritional value is why you eat in a sense. You know what I mean? So
I'm
if
just
that's
saying,
the case, I could just stock vitamins and say to hell with it. But that's not ideal either, because that's a supplement, not a source. So people got to be careful there. But I want my food to be good, at least not harmful to you at the very least.
They've got, like the dried stuff will have dates on them, but it's not, it's going to kill you on this date. It's just, there's dates for different reasons. Some stuff will have dates because it's mandated by the state or something like that. Because you can, there's date on water.
Yep.
Unless the water is contaminated, it's going to be good forever. I've read articles where people say if your glass of water sits out for a couple hours, to toss it out.
Water's been here since the planet was.
Yeah.
All of the water that is here now was here when the planet was built.
Yeah. That's like date on salt.
Yeah.
Well, that salt was dug out of the ground. It's been there almost as long as there's been dirt there.
Yeah.
So we are joined on the panel by Mr. Wielden Well Armed. Welcome, buddy.
Thank you very much. How you doing?
Doing great.
All right.
Enjoyed your para ordnance video.
It was.
Well, good. Yeah, it's a great pistol. Too bad Remington got hold of them.
Yeah, no kidding. That's pretty much the death of anything that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I always had that feeling that Bloomberg secretly owned Remington. Yeah, I don't want to give him any ideas, but
Right. Yeah.
dot.
Let's not encourage.
Right. But man, yeah. As far as long-term survival food, my wife grinds her own flour in a mill and makes all our bread. She's been making bread for about 5 years now. So she's from Czech Republic, and we have so we buy white wheat, rye, and red wheat, and she mixes kind of a combination of that depending on what she wants to make. And we get 5 gallons, and a 5-gallon lasts us about a family of 5 eating bread every day. Will probably last us 8 months.
That's outstanding.
Yeah, so we got we keep 3 of those buckets on hand at all times full.
Yep. We have gotten to the point now where we make all of our own meat as far as process all of our own meat products. And my wife now makes bread, but she's not nearly that skilled. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll take some pictures of the bread, because she's like a factory. I mean, like rolls, the European loaves, the
Oh man,
regular bread loaves, French bread, all of it. She's making it on a regular basis.
boy, don't threaten me with a good time. That's good eating.
Yeah.
I'm not like bread is okay, but I would rather have like tortillas. That's where I use a lot of tortillas.
Orale Holmes. Good job, eh?
I like bread. I think bread, being able to make it like that and actually have it good, is a hell of a blessing. Even there's a difference between a good biscuit and a crappy biscuit. I mean, man,
biscuits are a whole different.
Are we still talking about bread?
A lot of biscuits.
Biscuits
tortillas, biscuits. Good bread products are important, especially if you're talking, survival, things like that. Have the ability. I know my lady's practice making some bread. It's edible. Damn sure ain't great, but you throw some, jelly or something on that. I mean, that's fine. I've had worse. I can tell you that much. So,
you pick that up, you're gonna end up in the couch, bro. Watch out.
Yeah, we got
yeah, she can't hear me. And the edible's a compliment for her just trying to make bread. So that's cool.
Man, all right. I see the love.
Hey, I had a lot of training to do, man. Like, first time she made coffee for me, she filled the coffee like filter. Like, she understands.
Oh
just
my God.
In. She just fill it. She's pretty, man. She's pretty. She's smart too. But, she just didn't do things. What do you want for dinner? Steak? Okay, so she brings you a steak. A steak. It's like, oh, well, normally you put something with it. Well, you said you wanted steak. Oh my God.
Vegetables and some potatoes.
We've come a long way. Yeah. And then I mysteriously had amnesia and forgot how to cook, and now I get away with a lot of good stuff.
When my wife and I met and married, she had been in school her entire life to get her master's degree. So I'd never dated a woman that wasn't a good Southern girl and knew how to cook and et cetera, et cetera. So she said she was going to make me dinner our first night together. And the first day I went over to her house, right? And so we're sitting there, and I can smell something cooking in the kitchen, and it smells like something's died in there. And I'm like, what the hell is she making? So she tried to make spaghetti. She did not understand that spaghetti and the meat and all of that should be cooked a certain way. And she put raw spaghetti meat, a raw ground beef in the spaghetti and cooked it for a minute and then served it.
Wow.
Yeah, it was nasty.
You got a winner.
Yeah.
Wow. There's people that eat raw hamburger.
Every lady can't cook, and people can learn.
Yeah.
My wife can't
cook. My lady turned out to be a pretty good cook, and we even experiment with things. And at the grocery store, you'll see those little things on the displays that show like food items or ideas. And we'll always try something different here or there, and a lot of times it comes out great. We found some good dishes that sometimes not so much, but people learn and they grow. So, and everybody's taste is a little different too.
Yeah. Did you say your wife can't cook, dude?
No, now she can.
No, not you. Not you.
Not so much prior. Okay.
I thought, Foss, did you say can or can't?
She can't. She does very well. She can throw anything together and then make something that's good for you.
Okay.
But the first time she made pancakes for me, she made 2 silver dollar pancakes with a side of broccoli. And then I ate my,
you were hungry.
ate my pancakes and then told her these are good. Can I have some more? And she was shocked that I wanted more.
Wow.
Those 2 weren't enough.
Wow.
Where'd you get her, man?
Mm-hmm.
She's Japanese.
She wasn't locked up, was she?
No.
He brought her in on a boat.
Just checking.
They were
Damn, 2 little silver dollars. Like, oh hell no. That's
Christ.
different though, because she came from a household where they ate smaller portions, and it's normal. That's what happens with relationships sometimes. And what's normal in your household isn't necessarily normal in somebody else's. So it's a big crossbreed love fest.
So we have MCK out in the crowd. Welcome. And Mario has brought in his sub account, Mr. 11 Bravo Grunt.
Hi.
Hey.
Mr. F&H has just jumped in the crowd. Welcome. So if you guys are not subscribed to 11 Bravo Grunt,
It's a great channel.
yes,
Like
it's better than the Mario Molded channel.
It is PBS. It's totally PBS.
It's totally there, man.
But I like PBS. It's all right.
That's all right. Well, hello, Vanessa.
And Mr. Foss is throwing out channel links and Patreon links.
If you don't know, go ahead and subscribe to DM Foss. His channel is loaded with great content.
Yes.
He likes to.
And while you're there at DM Foss, check out what's that? Barely Practical.
Yes.
That's the B
That's where
channel
it's at.
for.
Oh, that's the B channel. Oh, got it.
Yes, that's Foss's B channel, where he does all of his awesome limited edition
Project for people he likes.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, somebody sounds butthurt.
Someone was slided.
Sore bottom.
I was just saying. I'm just pointing it out there. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need 7 more so I can hit 250 on my
Let's
main
do
250?
that.
channel. Because then I can do a giveaway. Because I got been collecting junk to give away.
Get
That's
250.
250.
Yeah, that'll make
250, man.
250.
Baller.
Give no Loch Ness Monster no 250.
So let's get Foss up to 250.
It's 250.
50.
250.
250, yes.
I actually
Sounds
think
good,
it's
Bob.
350, but
Oh,
okay.
350. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna start
As long as
making
you got the 50, it's all good.
50.
Yep.
Yeah. I see white people.
There's no white people here. What are you talking about?
I never.
Hey, when you guys get quiet, I say shit like that, all right? So don't stay quiet because I'm gonna say stupid shit.
Oh man.
Oh God.
So any of you guys go ahead, G23.
I would say there's absolutely no white people here.
I'm white as hell. I have all of my ancestry.
Yeah,
is
you,
either
you are
French.
pasty as hell, my friend.
I am white as hell. Let's just be
Mhm.
honest with ourselves.
Not only that, but you look like Bob Ross. Hi,
Actually,
America.
I have a hell of a lot less hair than Bob Ross.
That is true. You know, homie, you know, he had like a black girlfriend or something because homie got
Oh, yeah.
got the throat,
Oh, yeah.
man.
He was Jerry curled and permed.
Dude, I'm
He
telling you,
was
it's that soul glow, bro.
fabulous. Yep.
That soul
He
glow.
hated that hairstyle.
Did he really?
What's
Yeah.
up with the long fingernails, though?
The only
Yeah,
Like, you
man.
notice he always had that coke nail thing going on. Like,
Oh yeah.
that just bugs me. I know they say he used to scratch his paint with it or use
Hey,
it like
bro,
a
you need
brush
some
in some
Rogaine, bro.
sense, which could be, but I don't know, man. Whenever I see somebody
know.
with an extra long pinky nail that's a man, I start to question things.
Come on.
Mhm.
There's an artist, extra long pinky nail, an artist. Every artist I knew with extra long pinky nails. Come on. Come on. You got to hold the road somehow.
Yeah, I guess, man. I don't know what you be watching, but you know, just saying.
Everybody had friends who doobied in high school.
But you know what, dude? Bob Ross was in the Air Force, and I was like,
Was
that
he?
makes so much sense. Yep.
Yep, that does.
Like, yep, I can see why he saw the clouds and stuff.
Yep.
He also
Perfect
made
mom.
3 paintings of everyone he did and donated one for free.
Yep.
So he actually made copies of his paintings, donated one. So that was kind of cool. And that's kind of why people, his peers, didn't really care for him, because he kind of, according to them, gave out the secrets, made it look easy, and gave shit away for free. So that's a
Damn.
problem. So
It's like Mr. Rogers. There were a lot of people mad at Mr. Rogers. I'm like, how do you get mad at Mr. Rogers? Well,
How do you get mad at Mr. Rogers, dude? Like, seriously.
apparently Fred Rogers did bad things by not encouraging specific processes within Hollywood.
Well, he's not in Hollywood. He's in public television.
Well, technically, he was Hollywood.
That's like Wayne's World, man. Seriously, he just got big. That's all.
This is true.
When I lived in California, there was always rumors that he was a cokehead.
There was rumors that he was a Marine, and he was never a Marine.
No, he was in the Air Force.
Mr. Rogers wasn't anything.
Oh no, I'm talking about Bob Ross. Oh yeah,
Bob
Mr.
Ross,
Rogers. No.
No,
I was
but they're
talking about
always
Mr.
like
Rogers.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Hey, is it true that Mr. Rogers had freaking tattoos though?
No.
He had no tattoos.
He pretty much did PBS all his life.
Well, he was a radio guy before PBS. He did a radio kids program before PBS, and then, dude, he was one of my idols. I know. He was absolutely a man who had a positive outlook on the world, and when people told him to stop having a positive outlook, he would smile at you and say, "Fuck off," right? But not really say "fuck off," right? So
there's a GIF of him singing with kids, and he's giving them 2 middle fingers. And I don't know what he's singing about. It's really funny.
Must be a great song.
My left foot. That's an old song. Let's see. GIF.
yeah, I never got into Mr. Rogers. Kind of upset about Art Bell passing on. I like listening to his stuff sometimes. So some of that gets a little deep and out there, but it's that stuff that makes you think and question things. So yeah, us humans, we know everything.
Oh, dude, it's all over YouTube. What is he doing there? Oh, he's singing the Pointer song. It's you go through each of your fingers. That's not.
Yeah, Art Bell said in his book that he didn't believe most of what the guest said. He started out doing political stuff.
Yep.
He was decent with them though, and rolled through and listened. You know what I mean? He gave him a chance though, and felt it out.
Awesome.
I think that
he was an awesome.
Yeah, I think that open-mindedness goes a long way because, everybody's got different stories and experiences and things. So I think his show could reach out and touch a lot of people in different ways. So but I still listen to some of the older ones now and then here or there. So some of the ones about outer space, things like that, I find interesting. So I know other people would probably put them to sleep or whatever, but I don't know. Shut your mind off, you quit, you're done. So once you assume you know everything, you just became dumber. So
I struggle with Art Bell though. Some of his topics were just beyond idiocy, and I think they were beyond idiocy to appeal to a certain demographic. So
probably some of that stuff, I'm not into, but I mean that's like any show. Some topics are more believable to you than others or whatever. Some might just be for fun. But
Crystal Gale's song "Goodnight from the Desert," she wrote about him because he was such a huge Crystal Gale fan.
I didn't know that. That's pretty freaking cool.
So we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. R4 Mississippi Thunder. Welcome.
Who was the talk show guy that would just make up crazy topics, and he would just get people that just stumbled on his radio show to come in there?
Phil Hendry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty funny show. It got me a couple of times, just never listening to him, and then I'd stumble on him, and it was like what? One time it was like whoever wins the Kentucky Derby, they eat that horse that night.
That's amazing.
That's a lot of Big Macs.
Horse is good meat.
So I was thinking of Howard Stern.
Well, Stern was not as talented.
He had a lot of shock and awe.
Yeah, he was just a shock jock.
I was never into Stern much. I mean, I don't know. He seemed kind of loud, obnoxious, sloppy, just not my style.
I think he plays a role. I think that having Howard Stern is important, right? So, but I don't know that it accomplished anything because ultimately we still ended up in a civilization where censorship is a thing.
What is ultimately going to happen with the censorship? I mean, we're going to be fragmented on 80 different channels, and they're still going to have the big 4 channels. I mean, I don't get where the world's going and where our leadership's taking us. I mean, we need to have something just as big and brash and somehow connect all those little channels so you can broadcast on one and it disperses it to all the freedom channels. There needs to be a mechanism in there because yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead, Will. I didn't realize you were still talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I mean, like now you can like put on YouTube. Library downloads it. So there needs to be somewhere like Library that can push it out to all your other channels that you're listed on, because you can't manually go and upload it to 40 different channels or even 4 different channels. Is a pain in the ass.
So I know, like, I think it's Odyssey and both Gunstreamer have an ability to export your stuff off of YouTube.
Odyssey is completely overwhelmed and incapable of dealing with the load they're getting. I've been waiting 3 weeks to get my crap uploaded, and they sent a general email out the other day saying it could be up to another 4 weeks for most people. And the guy flat wrote me straight up and said because I had more than 50 videos, it was going to take a long time to do. What is happening and what will need to happen? I mean, let's be honest with each other for a minute. It only took 2 years to migrate everybody off of MySpace and to Facebook, basically. And people did that independently. What killed us was having the Megacorp channel. You know what I mean? Having Facebook is what got us into where we are now. And so
I still have MySpace.
Right, but most people left it, right? They migrated away from it completely. And so I'd say what we'll see is some type of equilibrium established in the next 2 or 3 years, areas that will continue to exist and areas that won't continue to exist. And through that, we'll see consolidation. But I could be wrong, you know.
So are you saying Friendster's not a thing anymore?
Friendster is not a thing, no.
What was that?
It was
A
before
very-
MySpace.
Yeah. Very
Wow.
short-lived attempt. And then MySpace came and they gave you a song. And so everybody went to MySpace. And then YouTube gave you everything else, or Facebook gave you everything else. So everybody went to Facebook. Well, they just kind of got settled in Facebook. And so it's a lot of people feel like it's the end of the world for it to go away. Truth is, the only reason that it's a problem that they're censoring people is because people don't want to leave. The moment that people just give it the middle finger and walk away, it will no longer be a problem.
Well, YouTube is going to stay king for quite a while. Just ease of use,
Yeah.
you know, versatility, what you can do with it, and the other ones just aren't there.
Well, YouTube's got Google money, and that's the
Yeah.
only reason YouTube is still around at all, actually.
Rumble.
Yeah, but once YouTube
Well,
starts
and
putting
they got my
their
channel.
politics in it completely, YouTube seems to be a little bit off. Seems to be a little bit fair compared to the rest. But once they start getting heavy-handed, people, it'll be jump off and find another raft.
That's right, and that's where I think we'll see consolidation. I don't envision us forever being spread up like this.
So Rumble is doing pretty good. They're starting to get a little better.
Oh my God, dude.
Huh.
I don't even know half of these in a sense. So I'm not bouncing around anything yet, just because every time I hear somebody talks about go check this out, 2 weeks later they're like, oh, sorry guys, that place was shit too. So it's just like, what the hell is the point at this point? So until something is like established and becomes a new thing, I'm not bouncing around. Even if YouTube probably kills me off or whatever, I'll wait until something more available comes up or something like that. But
I think in
I
reality,
do that because I don't have money tied to this.
Yeah, but I think in reality, YouTube knows that regardless, people are still watching and still using their platform. So to a certain point, they're not going to want to let go of that, even if it's, topics or groups that are not, ones that they actually favor.
They'll let it go when Google says to let it go. YouTube was bankrupt. YouTube was on their way to death until Google bought them. YouTube couldn't afford to keep up with it. Google wanted the access, right? Google wanted all these people's information. They wanted to be able to cross-reference that to advertising and, other parts of our private lives. And so that's why Google bought out YouTube. So YouTube will do whatever Google says for them to do, because ultimately that's why they still exist. YouTube would have died 2 years ago.
So we are joined out in the crowd by TPC. Welcome.
In my opinion.
I concur.
Paul's still out there. Paul and Curious.
He's back. He said that all the pizza talk made him hungry, so he had to go get a pizza.
So his fat ass need to go get something to eat? Okay, got it.
Yeah, get that.
Get your bald fat ass out
Seen
there.
his video earlier on installing receptacles or outlets, as he termed it or whatever. But I thought that was funny. So I think that's a good video. I've seen those similar, how to install outlets, and people got a lot of views on that type of stuff. It's pretty funny. So I was like, but
I watched
he took
it.
too goddamn long for me. He's like, the house and the mud guys, and he butchered it, and da 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 da. And I was like, Jesus, just get to the outlet. So, but I'm sure people like that, though.
I'm going to make one called Baby Glock.
I got tied up and didn't get to actually finish it, but I should finish checking it out. So I don't know why. I do the same thing, but it's one of them things. It's like when you get a new gun, you look at the video about your gun. You know what I mean? Or you know how to do something, so you look at shit that you already know. I don't know why, but it's just something you're like, oh, well, let me see what he's got to say. So
Yeah.
it's kind of strange how that shit works. But
I made a comment on Bald's video, and like he never even responded saying, "Don't listen to this moron."
Yeah. If it was about grand power, you probably wouldn't have gotten much of a return from him because
Holy
it's got to
crap.
be grand power. You got to get the grand power.
Grand
Grand
power.
power. Grand power is the best pistol in the world.
I told him that you should definitely be wiring outlets with the power on.
I don't.
yeah.
I normally do, but I'm lazy.
Me too. That's what I was like, dude. I never turn the fucking power off. I don't flip the breaker.
But
I just
if
take the
you're
old one
going to
out.
be on camera telling people how to do it, it's probably a good idea to advise people to turn the power off, unless you're comfortable. And even then, they'll still tell you should turn it off. But
Well,
yeah,
you're
I've been
not
in
going.
places that are so bad that I just cut the line live so I can figure out what breaker it is. You know, I can be here for 3 hours figuring it out, or I can just cut this shit with a piece of crap ass players and be done with it. But you know,
But you're not going to
lots of
upload the
places,
video,
especially
Rob, if
tennis.
you shock yourself.
I'd probably show it, honestly. So it's part of the job technically. You know, don't screw up basically. So it's not a big deal unless you're working with anything too bad. So, or working on a line with a dryer running or something like that. It's not. It's basically what's being pulled is what gets you. So it's I don't know. I don't have issues with it. My dad was an electrician, so I'll mess with stuff I'm not supposed to. I hooked, jumper cables up the power lines before to do roofs and run saws and all types of stuff. People call crazy. So don't screw up, man. It's that simple.
Yeah,
That sweet tingle at 120 hasn't killed me yet.
No, the sweet tingle at 120. I've been hit pretty hard before, and I'm a heart patient and come out of the end of it. So I think most people would be fine.
And everyone's just got to remember, it's not the volts that will kill you. It's the amps.
Well, anything over like 500 milliamps that can kill you. It'll stop your heart.
Yep.
Have anybody ever peed on an electric fence?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Yes, I have.
I know somebody who was taking a pee and an electric fence got turned on while they were taking a pee.
Why did you do that to your friend?
Yeah, a lot of them pulsate, so you'll be fooled and think it's fine because you brushed it and it ain't a problem, and then go ahead touch it again and then you get zapped. So don't be fooled by electric fences. A lot of them do pulse.
Yep.
I'd say the worst I ever electrocuted myself was our dryer flew apart one evening while my wife was drying something, and I decided I was going to take it the rest of the way apart and figure out whether I could fix it or buy a new one. So as I was taking it apart, apparently there was an exposed cable that had attached itself to something else, and it got me for a good 10 seconds, and it was enough that we spent the night in the ER.
Damn, I've never been hospitalized shocked. I've been shocked, scared, like, damn, I got lucky shocked, but never hospitalized.
Yeah,
well,
me too.
it was heart patients when you start to show proteins. They're like, let's keep him.
So
I was pissed in Wyoming, man. I don't know what it is about Cheyenne, but goddamn, the static electricity there was horrible. Yeah. Like, I'd get pissed to the point I wanted to punch the refrigerator because I'd reach out to touch it and it was like, and you could it'd light up the freaking dark. I'm like, son of a bitch! Like what the hell? I'm ready to start. I'm looking beat Flash's ass at that point, or whoever, Magneto or whatever. But I was getting fucking pissed. Like you had to wear shoes or something. Don't walk around the carpet and touch anything metal in Wyoming, boy. Like you could literally see it like a nightlight. It would just, I don't know what the hell the deal is.
A
But
long arc.
man, that shit was worse than touching working in a house. Like that was pretty freaking brutal. I've never had static electricity like that to the point I was ready to fight it. So cautious out there.
So TPC says, "There goes Nighthawk with that having a heart again."
Yeah, I know it's probably you guys have figured out that it's a lie, but actually, I love people very much. My time in the medical profession taught me to love people very much. People are the only real resource we have in this world that's worth investing in. And I'm not a socialist. I'm not saying we should give our money to people that are lazy, but I am the kind of person who believes that if you're going to invest in anything, it should be other human beings.
So Kingpin put a link out. It says this guy is funny, shocked a lot. So,
oh no, is he a home repair guy?
I'm guessing so.
Let's see.
I don't have the YouTube chat up, so well, there went Medic.
We didn't need him.
His heart got him.
Getting mauled by cats right now. I sat down next to the treat jar. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
How many cats do you got?
2. And I said no about both of them, and you see how that worked out.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't go well.
Things we do for love. Love.
Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Good times. I don't like cats because they fucking crawl up on your leg and then, like, get the hell away from me. Don't want you getting attached. Oh, here's Nighthawk. Are you back?
Medic's back.
Did you get shocked?
Not this time. No, that X button on your browser kills it.
All right.
Dee-dee-dee.
Completely and totally.
Usually once a week. Especially jumping out from the internal chat back to the, regular frame or show or whatever you call it, the screen. A lot of times I'll hit the wrong damn one, or the phone flips and you hit, instead of mute, you end up hitting the off button or something before it starts to flip.
Yep.
Pain in the ass.
I got the paid version of YouTube now, and so when you go to StreamYard, the paid version just doesn't stop. So then you got the echo, and then when you got to jump on back and figure out how to turn off the other. It's just not easy to turn off. It's always playing in the background.
Are you rich, man?
Well, it's free for 2 months.
30 days, isn't it?
Shit, you're the only person I know that pays for free YouTube shit.
Well, just not listening to the commercials is kind of nice.
That's what you get out of it, is no commercials?
No commercials. None.
Andy, you're supposed to be able to play it in the background.
Yeah, and you play it in the background.
Either they make revenue playing the commercials, or you pay them to avoid the commercials. Either way, they freaking get you. Bastards.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, I mean, it's $12 a month. I mean, I haven't came to my point where I got to start paying. I think about next week, but I might continue on because I like it. No commercials.
Nah, just cancel, wait a week, and then sign up again.
Or just have 15 different emails.
Yeah.
And cycle through them.
I do have 15 emails.
Okay.
There you go.
But
don't feed the beast, man.
Yeah, but I'd comment from 15 different people.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
That just means that's 15 free subscribers,
I hadn't thought about it that way. One way to get to your 1,000, right?
Right.
Who was it that told me a rather famous YouTube channel had like 8,000 people with the same first name, and there was a number.
What, the Mohammeds?
Yeah.
Muhammad.
Yeah, that's
Hank Strange.
Hank Strange.
Yeah, allegedly.
Oh, I went.
Yeah, well, no, it's not a legend. He stated it in that video about Yankee, where he calling out the gay stuff or whatever, this or that things or whatever, how he's trying to throw dirt on people. Like that's when I used to watch Hank, just because I know this sounds funny, but it's a black guy in the industry, you know.
Right.
But of course,
so
he had to come out and turn out to be a dumbass, in my opinion. So
Colin Noir.
You watch Colin Noir too? Like, yeah, man, look at brother man talking, man.
I've watched some of his stuff, yeah, some of it, but I'm not all into it. So
What about Maj Touré?
I like Colin.
Nah,
I like Colin.
I'm not a fan of him. I don't. Yeah,
I like Julian Noir.
He reminds me of people I know that are assholes. So, and the stuff I've heard isn't positive, and body language tells you a lot.
But would you love to have that Colin Lennar range he shoots at? That place is incredible.
Nice, man. He
is nice.
The race car shit.
Or that Porsche he drives.
Yeah, something like that. No, man. It just seems to me like homie's preaching half of the time. I'm trying to know where his congregation's at.
Yeah, and that last 3 minutes when he starts on
with me.
Go ahead, Wield.
That last 3 minutes, he always starts that same spiel. It's all pre-recorded of Colin Lenore.
For his shirt and stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
When I lost interest in this dude is when he joined the NRA. To me, it's like that's when he just, oh my God, he lost it for me, man.
I still ain't mad at the NRA. I guess. I mean, there's not a single gun rights organization out there that I'm mad at right now. Not a one of them.
No, I'm not. But at that time, if you recall, that's when the NRA was at their worst. It's like the second to last year of Obama.
I agree.
They kept throwing the damn scare tactics all the time, calling you at 3 a.m. about asking for money. I'm like, get the hell out of here.
Dude, every one of them do that. There's not one that doesn't do that.
I don't get phone calls.
I don't get harassed a lot by GOA. I get stuff in the mail, but half the time it's stuff I got to mail out. But I don't get bugged all that much. Every once in a while, I get an email. It's the same spiel or whatever. But
send them a bunch of money and watch what happens. They will never stop harassing you. Every one of them do the same thing.
That's kind of that happens with charities too.
Yep.
And then if you give money to the Red Cross,
oh my God,
they give your name to everybody else.
Everybody. Yep. Military Arms has a Glock Gen 6. Oh.
What?
Oh no.
A Gen 6?
Yes.
Who was that?
Military Arms has got it on. The new Glock Gen 6. Images and everything.
Why do I not
have... Oh my goodness. Big deal. It looks like a damn Glock, bro.
Glock, man. It don't change. Bro. It's like in 1911. I'm gonna
damn.
Seriously, dude.
Simple things amuse simple minds,
Dude, it's a joke. He's got a polymer.
Finger grooves, no finger grooves.
It's a joke. He's got a polymer.
I see
anyway.
Terribly Tactical has a P80 Gucci Glock video.
I like Carolina EDC's Gucci Glocks.
Well, this one that Terribly has a video. Well, it's just a short. It's one of the shorts. It's got the the muzzle brake on there.
I just don't understand how you spend $500 on a gun and put $2,000 extra on it.
Dude, none of my Glocks are anything but stock. None of my Glocks are anything but stock. All of them are stock, 100%.
I just
reminds me of the hoop piece. It's like the little Fiesta with the garbage bag window, $2,000 rims, and the stereo is just rattling. Check my shit out, bro. Like you're like, oh yeah, that's hot. That's hot.
Farting its way down the road.
The Spinaroonie hubcaps, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they got to style it.
Like, oh yeah, you the shit, man. You the shit. Get that shit out of here.
Oh my God, that's funny.
come on, who in their right mind did not have 24-inch friggin' spinners or
Me.
10-inch gold date?
I didn't have that.
Dude, my first car was a 1971 Pontiac Firebird.
Ooh, that's a nice car.
It was a nice car. It was electric blue, and it was there. My dad would have pimp slapped me 20 years into the future had I put rims on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
That
I'm-
car
come
was
on.
hot, hot, hot.
Who
My
back in
first-
the 90s? Who back in the 90s did not want a 64 Impala with like 12-inch or 10-inch gold Daytons on there?
I
Okay,
did.
okay, I'm offended now because
I
you're doing
didn't.
that shit at the brown people.
Yeah,
Dude,
we had
I
to throw a
wanted
Dayton
that
in, right?
car.
Impala and
No, you
Dayton.
didn't. No, you
Shit.
didn't.
I'm gonna
My
barf
first
up
car-
my chicken.
No, you didn't.
My first
Oh,
car was
God.
a '71 Ford Maverick, and it
Ooh, that's
was
a nice car.
it was baby blue.
Oh, that
My-
thing's nice. I like that.
My very first car was a 76 Mazda 808 station wagon.
Oh wow. Yeah, you definitely ain't getting no chicks with that thing.
Nope.
Mm.
I
Yo,
got it from a
YOLO.
mechanic who owned his own little shop. He was a Hispanic dude. He had souped that car up. That thing got a little,
hey, just
I
because
love that damn thing.
it's got the Dukes of Hazzard freaking sign and horn or La Cucaracha on it does not make it cool. All right,
Dude,
just saying.
it played La Cucaracha. No,
See, I
it did
told
not.
you.
I want a car that plays La Cucaracha now.
I know.
You've done
I
it.
know.
I had a
I do.
I had a 1976 Mercury Montego.
Oh man, that thing's nice.
It's a pretty
too.
car,
I like
yeah.
those cars.
It's the same as a Gran Torino, just
Yep.
a
Oh, yeah.
Mercury.
What
Gorgeous
color was it?
It was midnight blue.
Oh,
Uh,
We had one that was green.
That
Hmm.
green, like from the movie Gran Torino, that metallic kind
Yeah.
of green. Oh, that's hot, dude. That's a good looking car.
Oh yeah. Mine was get this lima green. Just picture this. 1978 Pinto wagon. All right.
That's
It
the
had a
little
non-explosive
window?
model. Yeah.
Yes, and it had the little window in the back. That's all it had.
Nice.
It
You
had
couldn't see
like
out of it.
yeah, exactly. You had the little decal, like the little horse Pinto decal on it,
Yep.
and then I had the fuzzy dice, because
Fuck yeah.
certified beaner card. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And then we had the chain link fence freaking hand freaking
Steering
steering wheel. It took me like 6 turns. I
Throw
thought
your
it was
shoulder
cool,
out,
man.
turning the car.
Yeah, I thought it was cool, bro.
Dude, everybody did. You were cool. You were cool. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mario. I needed that.
Well, we can tell you were never rear-ended.
Yeah.
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
You're alive today to tell us.
That
So
is
Bald
correct.
and Curious says my first car was an '85 Ziguli made in Russia.
Yeah,
Where
sorry,
are you
man.
from, Bald?
Yeah, we didn't get that based
Slovakia.
out of the U.S., bro.
Oh, that's right. He's a Slovak. I forgot about that. It's like Jesus.
You
what
guys
the-
know the Pinto story, right?
No, tell the
I see.
story.
Probably. That was one of the things when business changed, they say, as far as Ford, where apparently when they designed the fuel tank straps on the Pinto,
Mhm.
the way it was designed and positioned, it only took a impact, I think, at 27 miles an hour or something like that. A small light impact, or no, 37, I think, because back in the day, bumpers used to be rated for 30 miles an
30
hour.
miles
So if
an
you
hour,
bump something, you didn't have to pay $2,000 to get a fucking bumper fixed, God forbid,
Mhm.
and styrofoam and everything else like you do nowadays. But
They're all steel.
basically, light impacts in the rear end would actually send that strap bolt into the tank, and doing so would create sparks and create the ignition. So lots of people ended up burning to death in Fort Pinto due to that. When they got rear-ended, it's regular stop signs on the way to the grocery store. And it became such a thing that it was brought up, I think 60 Minutes or something might have covered it. There was one of those types of shows. It got to be a big deal. And the business model was basically they did a good job because it was cheaper in the end to pay off attorneys for people that could afford to and had family that would sue them. It was cheaper to pay them than it would be to pay $6 a vehicle for a recall.
Yep.
So that's kind of when they say business changed in a sense to where if it's cheaper to pay for your death, then they'd rather do that than fix a problem. So it's kind of a shitty deal, when you think of the people that actually died, due to that. So that was it's a hell of an issue, for a cheap car. And I think that's probably the reason, my dad got such a good deal on a Pinto years ago. They were like, "Oh, give it to that black bastard," So
modern car company.
That's another story,
right,
but
That's right.
it's pretty shitty though.
Yeah, that was.
That a human life wasn't worth $6 to Ford. And they were actually quoted as good business by doing so.
And back then they were trying to compete with the Japanese because at that time Datsun was coming out with their small little cars. So was Toyota with the Corolla. They were selling Corollas like freaking like hotcakes out of the dealerships, bro. They couldn't keep up with that stuff. That's the reason why they created the Pinto. But the
fuel shortage hit.
Yeah, that too. Exactly.
Well,
and everybody and their brother wanted efficient cars.
Exactly.
Like Toyota had the Toyota Corolla station wagon, that little tiny station wagon. That's what my Mazda looked like. It looked like a friggin' glorified Toyota Corolla station wagon. That's kind of small.
Yeah, you never got any chicks, bro, in that car. Sorry.
No. Just dudes who played Dungeons and Dragons.
No, I never didn't do that.
Hey man, I got chicks in my mom's boyfriend's old beat up brown station wagon. It ain't about the car, it's about the person driving it, all right?
Dude, I drove a 1985 Ford van for a while. There was not a father in my neighborhood that wasn't terrified. That van was amazing. It had shag carpet and a couch.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if all you're relying on it is a car, then yeah, get a good car. But if you got a personality, it don't matter. People want to hang out anyway.
Yeah, and I remember back in those days, vans was a thing, man. You had a van. Oh, that was it, bro. It could be a BW, a GMC, or
didn't matter.
Or what didn't matter. As long as it had a couch and some lights in it. Oh, you got it, bro.
Purple running lights. Oh yeah. And the track lighting next to the door. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Get your pimp on.
Mm-hmm. Then remember we used to put those.
See, I was always told to stay away from vans like that as a kid. Like those are the people going to be handing you out candy. Really, they were just trying to shelter me from seeing all the teenagers having fun, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
That's a great movie. And so true.
Defense Dad. Goodbye.
Bye, Defense Dad. Oh, he came in and left. Does one of us need to leave for him? I'll leave for him.
No, I can leave.
No, dude. No, this is your show, Mario.
No,
no. This was I think his internet dropped.
Okay. Well, if you need me to get out, I'll get out.
Hell no.
It's all good.
You're free to leave anytime you want.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can hop out if somebody needs to hop out, man.
Bitch, Mario, bring me my money.
I feel like an illegal alien. Thanks.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Never leave. Oh, damn. We all need to get together and drink beer sometime.
That Hotel California?
Yep.
Yes, that is exactly what that is.
Okay.
The Eagles?
Right.
They're a little before your time, Rob. They're a good band.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that. I know that whole thing. So, so I spotted it out. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Ah,
They started
Before
out
my
as,
time, but my dad was a musician for a
Oh,
while.
there
So,
you go.
you know,
Yeah.
or
Man,
as
did
a
he have
hobby
that
on the
fabulous
side,
fro?
whatever. So,
He had that fabulous fro, huh? He was styling that, man. Had the
he had a
long
little bit of a
sideburns.
throw for a while.
He had the long sideburns. I remember that was an in thing back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, I just watched what's that? Remember that? What's that? What's this? That movie? I forgot the name of it. Where a black dude tries to be freaking Bruce Lee. What's his name?
Oh shit! Yeah.
They have it on Netflix. I was like,
Yes. Oh my god, what was that movie? Oh, so funny too.
and it was a good
So
movie.
TPC says Rob and Mario need to stay to offset G23 and Nighthawk's whiteness.
Let me tell you what, there is no offsetting my whiteness.
Wow.
You're just not gonna pull it off.
Can't we all just get along?
I know, right?
Can
Damn,
we all
I didn't
just
realize
get
I was
along?
that damn white.
Hey, don't let me be a rooftop Korean, man.
We need more rooftop Koreans right now. We need a lot more rooftop Koreans. We needed rooftop Koreans in Portland.
Yeah,
this
Minneapolis,
guy showed up.
Minnesota.
I'm leaving now. Fuck him. What's
Our
up? What's up?
government that'll support rooftop Koreans,
Yeah, no kidding.
not haul them off and throw them to prison
Yeah.
for
What's up,
defending their own property. God forbid.
Speaking of rooftop Koreans, we got the Pollock here. What's up, bro?
What up?
Not a whole lot. How's you guys doing?
I don't know, Mr. Excitement. You tell me.
I'm in a wood shop. What do you expect?
Oh, wood chopping's fun.
Homie thinks he's Jesus now. Go ahead now.
so what new projects are you working on there?
I'm working on a plaque for one of my buddies. It's got a business going on there right now. Nighthawk Mac actually knows him.
Yep. I've got his stuff out at a couple of different people now, by the way.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm trying to get his name out there because he could use the business, especially in this time period about the so-called ammo shortage.
So-called? I missed
I'm
something.
trying to quote unquote. All right, so
What type of business does this guy have? If it's okay to share.
he's in the jewelry business, believe it or not. So what he does is he actually uses the brass casings and actually uses the casings to actually put as the diamonds in. So it's kind of like bullet jewelry.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting. So I try to stay on top of what businesses are doing well and what seem to not be doing so well. So, just out of curious reasons. So that's why I'm asking.
I think what he said was your friend's business sucks. And
Rob, don't get in the pipeline business.
Well, how about I tell you this? He's a former
Pipeline.
Yeah, stay away from that
I considered
business.
it years ago, but
Pipeline welder, that's not something you want to start.
Not right now. Yeah,
now they're all getting fired, right?
$20 an hour job doing freaking hanging solar panels.
Well, thanks for telling me I was about to do that position.
Yeah, you don't want to do that right now. My old man was funny as hell. He was like, John Kerry's, you can tell he's a complete moron because there's nobody in the world who's going to take a $20 an hour job welding solar panels.
I mean, I bet those guys that are picking up scrap metal get better paid than anybody else right now.
Probably.
Has metal gone up?
Yeah. But also, they're shutting down the project. I doubt I don't know how long they'll continue to fund the maintenance on that pipeline.
Isn't the Canadians even working on it?
Well, Canada was working on their half.
So basically, it's divided as well. So they have their side of the pipe, and we have our side of the pipe.
Yep. I mean, let's all be honest for a minute. So there hasn't been a president in 12 years who followed the political system at all. Every one of them have been little dictators ruling by executive order. Okay.
They had Nixon for one.
Right. And so when in 4 years from now, if our guy gets in he's just going to reverse everything again. So, you know.
Well,
Hey, did you guys know that the numbnuts signed 40 freaking executive orders?
Yep.
40.
Yep.
this is because they hate Trump. That's all it's about.
What the hell?
It is. It's hate
How
for
the hell is
Trump.
that gonna? How the hell is that gonna unite people? Because they sure as ain't gonna unite me.
It's
I'm
crap, man.
He's
I'm
just
telling you, man.
redoing all
Well,
of
it's
his
just like
boss's stuff.
It's like the first day there where he canned 700 or 7,000 pipeline jobs or something like that.
No,
I would-
54,000
Well, you come in
pipeline
kicking
jobs.
people out of work, and
Yeah, man.
supposedly people voted to go get on welfare or
Yeah,
unemployment
not
or
only
what.
that, but stop and think about it. He's gonna
That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's gonna decimate the coal industry, bro. He's gonna decimate everything that has to do with the like the whole fracking stuff. He's gonna start putting all kinds of you know like stopping fracking and all kinds of stuff. It's gonna get crazy, man. Because they're pushing this whole solar panel crap like Tesla's is gonna be our freaking savior and crap. It's not, dude.
And that stuff has failed in California last time I checked too,
It's
right?
failed everywhere.
It's failed everywhere. See,
And
unless you
anytime with the rechargeable batteries and stuff, you got an issue. I mean, it
Yeah,
goes back
not
to
only-
being a kid with radio control cars. Technology's advanced, but it's the same thing. Batteries don't recharge at the same place.
Yep.
That power is still coming from somewhere.
yeah, but then
In the solar, you need batteries to store. So what are you doing with all the batteries? It's like electric golf carts. Like every 3 years, you're buying 5-6 fucking batteries to deal with those things.
Yeah.
Is it really cheaper? You know what I mean? And you're still charging them. You're plugging them in to charge.
No,
I
but
just don't see how it. I can see for small delivery services around town, something like that, like little shitbox cars or little delivery bed trucks or something tiny, those micro vehicles, they have a place, but I don't want nothing I got to plug in and search for gas stations and all this bullshit or be regulated through so much power. And then, it's telling me I got 100%, but really I've just 70% of an actual new vehicle's charge, but now I'm 100%. Cells die. I mean, it just seems foolish to me. I don't see the draw in any of it, honestly. Seems counterproductive, and we're just trading one problem for another.
I had a Ford Prius. It was the worst car I've ever owned. Horrible car.
not only that, guys, but stop and think about it. When those batteries are no longer good and you had to recycle them, that stuff is just as toxic or even worse than freaking petroleum-based products. They don't stop and think about that.
Yeah.
Look at what it costs to make a freaking solar panel or a windmill.
And batteries alone, like people don't make them in the U.S. I doubt we even have any manufacturers making batteries due to the EPA and all the regulation. And
No,
shit.
they're made in. They're not made in the U.S. and the area around the factories are dead zones because of the chemicals.
Well, and I'll tell you right
I
now
mean,
something that I know personally. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
I was just saying, how unself-reliant do we really want to be as a nation or society, or even as an individual? I mean, I don't like depending on anybody else for shit. If I want to go I don't even like putting my money in the bank because maybe I want it at 3 a.m. I don't know. It's up to me. I just don't like other people's bullshit in my way of travel or anything like that. So it blows my mind.
So there's a guy that I work with pretty consistently, and he owns a patent for a device. And it's a device that can be placed in any windmill in the United States. And it has only one purpose. It allows people to evacuate windmills when they catch on fire. And so I was talking to him about this device. Well, he can't get anybody to talk to him about the device. We have an average of 28 workers dying a year in windmill accidents. And it is one of the most suppressed things that nobody will talk about because the EPA will not interfere with it because it's a political thing. So it's not like where one of your construction workers lops a hand off, right? And then the EPA comes down and shuts your site down. No, they won't say anything about these organizations because the moment they do, they lose their money. And so his device literally makes it possible for you to evac a windmill from any part of the tower without using a rope or without using a rappelling harness, and nobody will even look at it because they pretend the problem doesn't exist. Think about that for a minute.
Here's a theory. Theoretically, if you got rid of wind power and you used water power, would you say that would be actually make a bigger impact and safer for the environment?
Yes, I have every single day. The power that I use is nuclear and hydroelectric. All of the power that runs my home and my business is nuclear and hydroelectric.
Well, the billionaire that owns Patagonia, his life mission is to tear down every dam in America. What's his deal?
Oh, you know why, don't you?
No.
Why?
So you know that
he's probably invest in other sources of power. Probably
he's way invested.
Yeah, I think water is the way to go, man. I mean, we have it all the way around.
Oceans, rivers.
I mean, even I know people, snicker at it. Maybe I don't know enough, but you can even get power out of the ground as far as a ground battery in some cases. Yep. So, I would like to see every home have its own power system, self-sufficient. You know what I mean? I know there's some stuff. Oops, as far as cat just snagged my dang earplug. But there's, some heaters, things like that I've seen in the military where, you can mix a couple of chemicals, you slap the fan on top, and the heat activates the fan. I mean, there's a lot of technology out there that could be used, I think, in home situations under safe precautions that would make us completely more sufficient, better off as a society. But, too many people would lose money and control of, power, assets, things like that, I guess. But it would be great if every home was more self-sufficient. And then we wouldn't need all the power lines and the disruptions from everywhere A to B either. So,
well, what was that thing now? Back in Europe, they actually had power systems that were, I forgot what the hell they were. Basically in California, those trolleys, whatever the hell they are. The power
in San Francisco, the cable cars?
Yeah, no. The trolleys that go down San Francisco, I'm thinking.
Those were electric, the cable cars.
Back in I believe what time period it was in America, we had the exact same thing. It was pantograph rail trains. Basically, everything was operated on the power grid.
Yeah, there's.
Well, they say the electric car beats the gas engine, I believe. Remember correctly.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, even invention-wise, where people were running electric cars, there's batteries still work today over 100 years old, done the old technology way. But
there's
still even problems
electric car back around the 20s.
Yeah. So, I mean, even that technology is not new. It just wasn't great, unfortunately. But as technology progresses, I'd like to see us, like I said, more independent ground batteries, use water, things like that. Obviously, a combination. So, therefore, if you have a delay with one area, it can run through. But the major issue is transfer loss when you're transferring power and storing it and stuff. So, if we could figure out a way to kind of use it direct to where we didn't have to rely on batteries so much, would be nice. But I'm sure
the
there's
hydrogen cell,
smarter people than me working on that.
The hydrogen cell seemed pretty efficient, and Honda's made a little hydrogen cell that burns natural gas, and it's very efficient. The amount of hydrogen it can produce.
1870.
They cost about $100,000. For each one you'd have at your house, so they're not affordable.
1870 was the first viable electric car.
Yeah, and I was just looking at a couple of them.
The Tesla, the modern Teslas, I heard reports that some of them actually have caught on fire.
Well, yeah, there's situations where lithium-ion batteries are highly dangerous, and that's been known for a long time. If they become unstable, they tend to go pretty big. I one time made a joke to a Samsung sales rep and asked him if the new model of Galaxy had the same blast radius as the former one, and he didn't think that was very funny. But the reality of it is we know that there are limitations to lithium ion batteries, but because it's the only thing that's really capable of doing what we want it to do, we continue to utilize them.
That's the problem right there. I'd say if we made anything water power, it'd be a lot safer to use in the environment.
Yeah, water power is just limited by location. And so, like, the Tennessee River is great for hydroelectric, right? And so we have hydroelectric power, and we've got a nuke plant, and we're capable of doing all sorts of stuff around here. But that's not duplicated everywhere you go. And so, are there places in the world where potentially solar is more useful? Yeah, you get out in Arizona and places like that, you could potentially use solar.
Now, what about nuclear? I mean, how bad is nuclear?
Nuclear is fine. It's just so there's not a lot of money. So every nuclear power plant that's in the United States right now was put up when there was money to be made in running nuclear. There's not as much money to be made in running nuclear anymore. And you ask somebody like Gary, who started in that industry when they built a nuclear power plant, it costs like $50 million to put one up back when Gary first started in that. Okay,
Really?
The one up here, this nuclear power plant was government funded. All of the nuke stuff that happened during World War II happened here, and they still do nuke research out here. Otherwise, we would never have had a nuke plant out here.
Yeah, we just built the most recent one in Georgia, and it's probably the last one that ever be built because natural gas is so cheap.
Yep.
I know nuclear. They have, there's dirty and more of a clean in a sense form. So a lot of our older plants were, from my knowledge, GE reactors, which is a bad thing because China apparently has the same ones, and there's all types of talk about that. But needless to say, most of them have leaks. They have issues. They downgrade the warning levels, or else they'd be blaring 24 hours a day. A lot of them tend to have some issues, I would say, where they weren't necessarily built the best way. A lot of things break down to best dollar cost and whatnot.
I mean,
See you later, buddy.
Like Chernobyl, though.
Public gift.
You remember Chernobyl?
Well, Chernobyl, they were running the reactor too hard, and they paid that price.
Well, and they didn't have the safety systems that the U.S. system had. They only had a single reactor, and it's a whole completely different system. The U.S. system was much safer.
Yep.
The Europeans are basically using the same thing. Same in Japan.
And then really that Chernobyl did not have to be as bad as Chernobyl was, but they allowed their pride to overtake. The Germans were ready to step in and help, and they waited way too long.
Really? So the German military was out there offering help, system and all that?
The Germans are basically the whole reason why you don't have an irradiated globe because of Chernobyl. They provided robotic technology.
Fukushima.
Yeah. Anytime something goes wrong with a nuke reactor, the Germans or the Americans step in. We're the only people on Earth capable of dealing with that problem.
The Germans completely removed all theirs. They have no nuclear now.
That's right.
Really?
Yep. But that's politics.
So who has the nukes now? Soviet? Russia?
Russia, us, Japan,
France.
Yep. Spain has one, don't they?
I don't think Canada even has any nukes, do they?
I think Canada has a reactor or two. I'm pretty sure they do. They'd be silly if they didn't.
G23 saying
they probably have to.
England has
I would think, at least for military purposes, whether it's a public thing or not.
Yeah.
You think they'd have to.
Iran.
We know Iran.
The biggest mistake we made was Obama making that nuclear arms deal with them.
That wasn't our mistake.
It wasn't.
Biden's dying to get back in it.
He wants in bad.
Yeah, support the enemy of our country.
Yep.
They actually captured one of our ships, actually, just off the coast. It was a
Not recently.
It was a South Korean vessel from South Korea that was bringing
okay.
stuff to us.
I was going to say, so there's a difference between a
South Korean
ship
captured
and
one of our ships.
No, basically it was a supply ship from South Korea that was United States supplier and all that. The Iranians basically captured and pirated it, and basically were using it as a way to get their money and all that stuff going on through our business with them.
Yep.
Okay. I know I heard about a bunch of cocaine being found on a ship recently that ties back to somebody in politics. I can't remember. This sounds so, you hear they're all dirty. So when you hear something, it always just like, yep. That's what
Wasn't
I figured.
mine.
So I don't remember.
There'd been no way I'd have let them take a boat.
Yep.
Yeah. Tied back to an American company. I can't think of like I said that, something to do with politics, I think. So
Coca-Cola.
it's pretty crazy.
You had cocaine in Coca-Cola back in the 60s.
They still have cocaine in Coca-Cola. They just
No,
don't
they
have yes, sir, they do. Coca-Cola is processed. One of its additives is from processed coca leaves.
I thought they got rid of that.
No. They are the only company in the world that can still process coca leaves.
Yeah.
In the United States, excuse me, that can still process coca leaves.
Yeah.
But they just can't have the active ingredient in it.
Yeah.
You don't lie.
I'm going to leave before you guys start making cocaine jokes, so I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, great. This song is stuck in my head now. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyways, G22 needs to get his ass back in here, so I'm going to leave y'all.
No. Okay, I'm out. We'll see you later, boys. It was fun.
That damn quitter Nighthawk. Look at that shit. Son of a bitch just comes in here, eats, and runs. See that shit?
Two bailed.
Make sure I talk crap. So next show he'll be like, "Oh, I won't leave."
Both Nighthawk and Battle Bean bailed.
Private party we don't know about.
Probably.
What's up?
You guys were having a great conversation. There was no need for me to be there.
We always need a conversation started with you, man. We always love having you.
Well, thank you for joining, Mr. Warsaw Patriot.
Thank you. Anytime, man.
Poor Conservative says, who turned the lights off? Oh, Nighthawk left.
Yep, some odd reason.
Hey, Warsaw, why don't you throw out links for your channel so I don't have to look it up?
Let me see what I can do here.
They're all worried about being nice guys. Yeah,
I know.
Nice guys finish first or something. I don't know what the problem is.
I thought the old saying was "nice guys finish last."
I can't do it here at the moment.
I might be able to find him.
So you been working on any projects, Floss? Anything cool?
No, still working on. I'm trying to figure out how to do a couple different ones, but I've been kind of busy with other stuff, so I haven't had a chance to work on anything.
He's not working on anything New York compliant.
Yeah, well, gotta have that artistic spirit in mind when you get busy in the time. So, plus you got that baby boy, right?
Girl.
Sorry.
How old, Floss?
She's 1 year old.
Oh,
1 year.
She's busy still. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, young ones at that age are definitely a handful. So that could easily classify as a full-time job besides normal life.
Yeah, we had boy-girl twins 9 years ago. Busy times.
Yeah.
I think we posted the same one to your woodworking. Oh. I think we posted the same link to your woodworking channel.
Thanks for that.
Do you have any other children, boss, in the household? Or?
Yeah, I've got a son, 14, 15, just turned 15.
Okay. Well, that's a little different. Then. I was gonna say, definitely. If you got one that's 1 and one that's like 3, then that's a handful. Yeah. 3-year-olds are always want to try to help, and sometimes it's all good humor, but it's not always the best idea. So
Yeah.
you gotta watch everything.
Talk about kids. You know what it reminds me of? The movie Cheaper by the Dozen. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
I've heard of it, just don't recall.
It was with the mom and dad that had 12 kids.
Yeah, that's crazy. Never.
Hey, anything you want, man. There's possibility.
Nope, not anymore. I made sure.
Man, that's just asking for trouble. Christmas, every birthdays, 12 kids. My goodness, that's not a party I want to be involved in.
I have a headache just thinking about that.
How about the payments and the bills and all that?
I have 0 kids.
Well, you think of the stimulus check you get for 12
Try
kids.
to get in the bathroom.
Yeah, but it's not your money; it's theirs technically.
I don't think they get a bigger stimulus check. I think it's just off the parents, right?
I don't think so.
Well, the stimulus is if
It's
you
for
qualify,
kids.
$1,200 per person per adult and $600 per child, up to a certain amount of money. I think it was a max that you'd only do. I think 5,000 was like the total.
Well, I was kidding anyway, but I just got home and figured I'd hop in. They had
Can't kid around about free money. Some of these people go crazy with that stuff. They'll start busting
like you
math
said, it's
out
not-
like, oh yeah, we'll get.
Well, I have my tax appointment on Monday, and I guarantee the $600 we got originally is going to come out of my return, so it's not free.
Well, it's not the
It's not
600.
free. Yeah.
Well,
Anything that says free, there's always a catch.
yeah. The 600 wasn't supposed to be taxable, but I'm guaranteeing you that like everything, all of it's going to be taxed.
Well, that wasn't the first round that we got last year, though. That was if you're getting your return back to this year, it comes out of your return. But if you weren't getting a return, you didn't have to pay it back.
No, I think, but like the very first one was tax free. Was supposed to be tax free, and it was like just the way they worded it. It wouldn't affect any part of your tax return.
Oh, see, I thought that was the other way around on that one.
So, speaking of which, with what's going on with Biden, I'm hearing there's some issues with the 401k plan and all that type of thing. Since his executive orders are, trying to be processed in and all that crap.
What?
I don't know. It's been a hearsay. I just wondered if you guys have been hearing about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard so many different things that are being speculated by what is going on with his executive orders. It's like
The
how
guys
many of them are true, how many of them are made up, and stuff like that. There's kind of weird different things.
Well, I mean, some of his executive orders has 6 parts in it, so really it's much more than 40. When one of them has 6 different components. So I mean, there's a bunch of orders in there.
I just wondered if people just
Well, if he can't read it and explain what it says back to me after he reads it, then I don't think he should be signing it.
That's the problem. He's not reading them. He's just signing them away, and they're allowing it.
can he read?
I don't think so. The guy is mentally deteriorating.
I mean, we already know he can't speak without somebody, saying what needs to be said in his ear. And even at that point, he still messes that up.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if Kamala becomes president if this guy, somehow dies naturally.
So
Something's
Fifth
got to be
Amendment.
working up there. He knows
Yeah.
every flavor of shampoo.
they're not going to remove him for 2 years.
I give him at least top notch 7 months at least.
Nope.
7 months.
There's a reason why they're going to wait for the 2-year mark.
Yep.
What, Kamala?
Nope. It's not that.
The 22 elections.
So if he makes it 2 years and then she takes over, she can then run for 2 terms as president herself. If she takes over presidency inside the 2-year mark, then she can only finish off this term plus 1 more.
Well, I think that's what he meant when he said, "Oh, because of Kamala."
Yeah.
So I had an interesting conversation with someone today, and with a family member who's kind of liberal, and it blew their mind. They had no idea; they never thought about this yet. So they had made a comment that they're so glad that Biden is president now, and all the Republicans are crying because Trump's not president still. I was like, what exactly makes you think every single person who voted for Trump was pro-Trump more so than they're anti-Biden? And it blew that person's mind.
Yep, just like, back 4 years ago, they were anti-Hillary. A lot of people that voted for Trump. So, you can go on both. But when I voted for Trump, I didn't really vote for, I wanted because he was anti-establishment. The fact that he had never been a governor, he had never been a mayor, he had never been in the politics, and he was coming in to treat the country like a business.
And he fixed the system. He tended to fix the system.
Well, and I didn't say that to say anything bad about Trump. It just, like, you got to think about it. Like, people vote Republican or Democrat. A lot of times, their candidate may not be who they actually want, but they're voting for the things they believe in. And like every person who assumed everybody was, all the negative parts just because they voted for Trump. Like, you people just don't understand.
Well, it's either that or it's just they don't want another person in power because of how their actions are or what they want.
Yeah.
When they get so, what's the word? Not radical, but yeah, extent to radical, but like when they get so extreme on so many things, and then they don't want to vote for them. Especially when their policies are extreme.
We have Weston Probst joining in, and I'm probably butchering that last name too.
Hey, I've got TVs popping on in all the rooms. I'm gonna have to get out.
Okay.
Have a good night, guys.
Night.
Have a good night.
All
Take care, Will.
Thanks. Bye.
No, G23.
Yep.
You did make a point that there was possibly a socialist party in America.
There's always been a socialistic party in America for the longest of times. They were, and you can look them up. It's the Socialistic Party of the United States. Now, they knew they could never win by calling them Socialistic Party, so they infiltrated into the Democrats.
Like I said, because the reason why I asked, because these people that we have in office now, they're not Democratic at all. They're not even respectful by any means. I'm pointing out they're not agree to disagree. They're snarky.
Yep. But And that's where even if you look at the Democratic Party, you have a lot of them that are divided inside the Democratic Party, is because you have like AOC and some of those people that are your socialistic party that are coming in. They're commonly referred to as the New Age Democrats. And
they're not democratic at all.
No, they're just the socialistic party.
When your actions or even how you speak or even treat people, and it's not defining what you stand for, then you're contradicting what you're representing.
Yep. But like I was saying, like I think it was a week or two ago when I was saying, and I got a lot of the idea from watching Dan Bongino. If you don't watch him, he's actually pretty smart on how he is saying that a lot of the libertarians or the constitutionalists, instead of trying to form a third party, what they need to do is get in on the conservatives, on the Republican, run under them, because they have all the funding already going. They've got the mailers already going and stuff like that. So you go in under them and start winning your smaller elections, and then moving into your Congress, your Senate, and stuff like that, and take over the party that way. But because trying to go in and create a third party, you'll never get a third party set in the United States. Not like any
It's all
time.
rigged, man. It's all rigged.
Not all of it. There's some parts that are not rigged. I will say, I think we've allowed corruption to keep happening too much and ever. Because the more we keep allowing corruption to be normalized and okay, that's the problem we're allowing to happen. I mean, it's kind of like allowing the mafia to run New York.
Staying on my local level, local politics, I could speak for a little bit with the fact of, my daughter was friends with the mayor's kid and blah, blah, blah. And that gave me special permission to park places other people couldn't, things like that, and blah, blah, blah. It's just, around here, it's rigged. The police chief, I personally, back in the day, I know crooked stuff, so we just avoid each other because that's just how they are. They just keep staying in place around my area. So my area, I think it's all rigged. And then obviously on the federal level, it's all freaking rigged. So maybe somewhere in between you can do something, but I don't know. Until there's accountability, until somebody's ass gets kicked, until somebody's get thrown out on their ass, I don't think we're seeing much of a change. But granted, at this point I may be a little negative. I don't know, but it's almost like going to a casino and expecting to win at this point is how I see it. So.
Well, you're in New York, right? Is that correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
Did you hear about Cuomo and his stupid speech?
No, I've kind of burned up and burned out and haven't been following anything since the election at this point. So
one of his speeches said he did not give a flying rat's rear end about somebody's death that died in a nursing home. I'm like, are you out of your mind?
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, honestly, in our state, he would get money. I mean, if you die in our state and you gift anything over 10 grand, there's a death tax. So, and a lot of people in nursing homes, you could say a third to maybe half in some cases. Families are rotten these days. They don't bother with people. They put them in, forget about them. A lot of people don't have people. The state acquires your asset. Usually they absorb that just for you to stay there. So I think he's happy he killed people off because the state gathered wealth from it. And more businesses as well.
But no, just especially if someone's relative was in there in that nursing home or any nursing home, I wouldn't want to say, no, this guy needs to get out of office ASAP and get him sued.
Yeah, he's one of the ones where I don't know how he keeps his job, but he does.
And of course, he got Lightfoot. It's in Chicago. Just we need to keep allowing corruption to keep happening.
Yeah,
That's how the game's played here, even down to lawsuits. You got an issue with somebody, you better call and see if they got a conflict of interest before you go blabbing your story. Because if they're any decent attorney, more than likely they're already represented and caught up by the person you want to complain about. So a lot of people have, I don't know, things get pretty grimy and shitty when it comes to politics and cities and towns, things from my experience. So, and definitely different rules for different folks. And I think that's a part of the big issue. No accountability, different rules. It's becoming more and more of an issue for more people, I think.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Right now, I'm kind of like what you are, Rob. I'm kind of burnt out on them. Like, it's like you get so invested in it and everything, and you're all day, almost you're doing a lot. Oh, we lost Voss.
Politics. As soon as you bring it up, everybody got the press, man.
You right? Oops.
Just like I said, it's not about politics. It's just we keep allowing corruption to keep happening in our system, and it's like an endless loop. No accountability, like what New York Outcast had just said.
So Mario left. We can't even change the topic to cheese. It's no fun without him.
Right. So let's talk about your new acquisition, Mr. Defense Dad.
Which one?
The one you have.
Oh, the one I sent you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got it's used obviously, but it's a Ruger SR-45.
Yep. You already have 3 holsters for it. So, what do you got? An inside the waistband, outside the waistband?
2 inside the waistband. Well, yeah, 2 inside the waistband, and then a field holster for it, because my first handgun I ever purchased was an SR9, and it takes the same holsters. But I don't have the SR9 anymore. But nobody wants left-handed holsters, so I still had them.
See, I need to get a left-handed holster.
Believe it or not, I actually have some right-handed holsters because I do shoot both right-handed and left-handed. My strong hand's obviously my left hand, but no, I went to look at this. So P11 was at Shields a couple weeks ago, and he told me they had it, so I went up to look at it, and I looked at it, and something just seemed off about it. So I asked him if they mind if I field stripped it, and the guy's like, "As long as you know how to put it back together." So I did, and then I went and put it back into. As soon as I took the slide off, the spring and guide rod fell out, just fell, and it turned out it was broken. And this gun was so, I don't know. Usually they're better.
They try to blame me for it.
No, they didn't. I kept trying to put together like we can't sell like this. I'm like, well, I'll tell you what, knock X amount of dollars off, and I'll take it. And so he took it to their gun room manager, and they said, no, we can't sell a broken gun. So that was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. And then they called me Thursday morning, I think it was, said it was back, and they got it warranted by Ruger. I said, well, I already bought something else in the meantime. But then after work, like a dumbass, I went up there and I ended up leaving with it. But it was so dirty, I couldn't believe it. Like, they still hadn't cleaned it. Like, it took me over an hour to clean this gun, and when I started cleaning it, I almost thought I made a mistake. But then I got it cleaned, and then the rifling in the barrel looked a lot better. And whoever traded this in, I don't think ever cleaned the damn thing. And then I know, even though it's got a new one, I know that in the SRs, the guide rod and coil spring was the weak point. So I've got a all stainless steel one coming from Galloway. Or from Galloway or Lakeline, one of the two, And I also got some rubber grips coming for it.
So is that a single stack or is that a double stack?
It's a double stack. It's 10 plus 1. And it's all black, which I kind of like because my SR9 was the stainless slide black, and I kind of always wished it was black. And it was a decent price, and the cards just kind of fell, so I had to get it.
Was it all black? I thought it had a green slide.
No, it's all black.
I have to look up the...
Yeah, I'm sure he knows what his own gun looks like. My goodness.
Oh, I took a glamour shot of it, and I had set it to G23, so the lighting must look different or something. I don't know. Because I'm going to do a video on it, and that photo is going to be in the thumbnail.
There's the picture.
Oh, it's one of those. It's a strike fire.
I've always heard good things about Ruger in general. To me, it always felt kind of like a medium brand or something, and I know that's probably wrong, but just how it felt to me in a sense or whatever.
They're solid. I mean, I have no issues with them. I actually fired one of these.
So I've not fired this one yet, but the SR9 I had, I don't know, 3,000 to 4,000 rounds through it before I traded it. And the thing I like about the SR series is the triggers. They're kind of odd. They don't really have a wall, but there's no creep to it either. Also, they're little, like a 6.5 pound trigger. It's got a steady pull, and then it just breaks. Like, it's a different feel, but it's easy to be accurate with them.
See, the one thing I do really like about the wife's SIG with that flat face trigger, that thing is so smooth. It's actually kind of made me want a flat face.
Yeah, I don't have anything with a flat trigger.
Oh, that SIG, it's the RXP X Compact. It's it's pretty nice.
Yeah, Mario's saying spongy triggers. I really wouldn't call it spongy. It's just, unless you shot one, it's just different. It's nowhere near as good as my Walthers or my HKs, but
I never got into strike fire.
Mario should get back in here. There's room.
Yeah, man, we can talk about cheese and stuff. I forgot I sent you that picture, though. I thought you were asking about the 357 I got coming next week.
Oh, no. Yeah, you sent me a couple pictures, so.
Yeah, I'm old and I got CRS.
A G23.
Yes, sir.
As far as Glocks, I'm not a big Glock fan, but you know what my favorite pistol is? Actually, if it was a strike fire, it'd be a Canik. I believe it was it's the big slide model. I'm sure it's one it is, but basically you have an option to have a red dot sight on it.
Oh yeah,
that one.
Oh,
I fell in love with that thing.
What, the Canik TP9?
I believe
the SFX is the big one.
Oh,
I shot those. Those are fun.
The triggering on those things is amazing.
Yep, it's almost as good as the PPQ trigger. They're so close.
Yeah, I don't know.
The biggest difference between the two, because it's kind of a knockoff of it, but the trigger on the Canik, at least all the ones I've shot, the subcompact, the Elite, the regular, and the SFX, it breaks a little farther back than the Walther version does. Like, it's got the nice light, crisp break like the PPQ does, but it's probably, I'd say, at least 1/8 of an inch farther back.
I'm gonna see if I have a picture on my.
But they're really nice guns to shoot. They really are.
I'd personally probably buy a PPQ over the 6. I don't know what it is, but I'm just not sold on 6. That Walther PPQ though, that looks pretty nice.
I've shot all the variants of the P320, I think, even the M17, and Yeah, I don't know. I just, for whatever reason, I like the feel of the Walther better. It's just a personal preference deal.
Oh yeah.
There's other people who don't like the Walthers because they think they have too much muzzle rise. So it's just different.
You guys ever fired a Smith & Wesson? What was it? Not the compact. It was the Smith & Wesson M&P at 2000. No, it was two. It was a .20.
2.0.
2.90. It was a 9mm.
Yeah, with the what you call it, the porting in it. It was pretty nice.
Yeah, I haven't fired one of those, but I've actually held one, and I was like, I gotta try one of these out. It's actually not that bad looking.
The trigger's still awful on it, but it's really controllable.
I wanted the core model, but I couldn't get it. And they wouldn't ship it, and I believe without the magazine, they don't make one New York legal. So, and it's kind of stupid to buy one that's neutered, but at the same time, I still wanted it pretty bad. But at the time, it wasn't a possibility from what the shop was telling me, which kind of sucks because you think he could. Even if I got it with no mags and had to use, mags I had or bought mags, I still wanted the gun. But now,
he wouldn't sell you one, or they couldn't sell you one.
Well, they said they couldn't because of the mags and this and that, and they'd have to strip mags, and then it seemed like he didn't want to do that, so. Because then I guess he's stuck with a mag or something. So, I don't know. These people are kind of pricks. It was a New York gun shop, so I don't know.
Huh. That's weird.
Well, he said take apart mags, you mean?
I guess he'd get stuck with a mag that he couldn't sell or something.
Yeah.
We're talking about are we talking modifying the magazine to be compliant for the state?
No, I didn't even care. I'd get the gun without a mag and just use 10-round mags. But because the gun comes with a mag, he'll get stuck with a mag that he can't sell, is what he's getting at. So therefore, he doesn't want to sell me the gun or something, to my understanding.
So he's just being an ass, doesn't want to help you out.
Like I said, yeah, New York shop, yeah.
Unmotivated.
A lot better.
Yeah, make that money, man. I'd be like, yeah, you want to screw yourself that way, bring it on.
Yeah, because then he'd have basically free mags he could turn around and sell to the next person.
Yeah.
Sell for $14.
Lazy.
Fun.
No, New York shops are more like, when they don't know you, you come through the door to you got a permit? At first, they give you that look. Everybody's got their hands on their hips, all the regulars you don't know that are just there hanging out. You go through that vetting process, and they're like, this is what I got. You want it or not? You doing some business? No? All right, get the hell out of here. That's most New York shops.
What about outside the city?
Well, that's, I'm not in the city, but that's what I've come across in a lot of places. So other places are fairly cool, like you would expect, I guess. Happy to talk with you or this or that, but as soon as you say you're just looking, they disappear. And what I notice is most of the times I come in and say I'm just looking, and that's when I end up buying something. I'm not being harassed. I actually have what I want. It looks good, and then I'll be I already know what I want before I go to the store, and half the time I know more about it than the guy selling it to me because I'm so cheap. I've OCD'd researched it for 20 nights in a row and finally got my ass off to actually break the money out. So,
no, here's the thing. A lot of shop owners, I don't know if it is the same thing, but I've noticed a lot of it's kind of like car salesmen. Like they say, oh, I want to make business, but they offer you something different that you don't want to be spending. That type of deal.
Around here,
they always try to upsell you too. Or my friend told me I should look at this Glock or whatever. Oh no, you want this whiz bang sig for 300 more, or this this is a gun. And,
exactly.
And then it blows people out of their range, or they start doubting things. They like any salesman. The one they have is the perfect one for you. That's that's how you know. That's how you know you got a problem. No matter what, they got the right one, and yeah, you don't want to shop there.
We have one shop here that they actually have the biggest selection in town usually, but they've got a couple sales people there that if you don't want to look at a 1911 or a Glock, they just walk away from you like you're a moron. And that's when you can tell a salesperson's down on commission.
I got kind of a VP thing at one of our local gun shops here, obviously, because I buy a lot of stuff from them. But it's not unusual when you walk into that shop for somebody to just attach themselves to you and walk you through the shop. They will walk with you through the shop. They'll talk to you about their full inventory. They're awesome guys. And I don't think you get that outside big cities anymore.
Well, and here's the thing too. I actually see with shops now is like they want to make more a relationship than a business, and that's why I want to see more often.
Yeah.
Rather like say, oh hey, here's a customer. Oh hey Jimmy, hey welcome back, man.
Yeah. Spend more money.
So Mario was asking to look at the Canik TP9.
Those are nice.
I've got a review on my channel, Mario. You can go check it out.
But I don't know that.
Wait, you don't like Canik?
That was the first Canik I ever bought that didn't blow up in my hands.
I actually shot that right alongside my PPQ. So I shot Travis's, and that's how I got to compare the trigger side by side.
They're pretty close, aren't they?
Like I said, they're very close. It's just the Canik breaks just slightly farther back than the Walther does.
Yep. The Walther's got one of the better triggers on the market, in my opinion.
Yep.
I have to bring this up. You mentioned guns blowing up. You guys been hearing about these Kel-Tec, rifles, the foldable rifles have been blown up?
The SB20, the SB, or the S, what is it? The Kel-Tec Sub 2000.
So the original Sub 2000 issue was only a few rifles, and if you didn't trade it in, that's kind of what they expected to happen. They had the barrels made by another manufacturer, and there was an issue with them. I sent mine back in, even though it was not on the list, and they replaced the barrel anyway.
So, I mean, is it a resolved issue, or is it still got to be managed and taken care of?
I mean, you got to, if your rifle's on that list, you should send it back. If you don't, then yeah, it may potentially blow up. It was not a lot of them, and it was some older ones.
G22, was that your
one? That was an older one.
Yep.
Was that your wife's P320?
Yes.
Yeah, I like on those. I do like the flat trigger on those.
That's
nice. And the thing is that flat face is a true flat face. There's no, dingy in it. There's nothing like that. And it's smooth. So friggin' smooth. Now, if that was in a 40, she probably never would have got that as an anniversary present.
I asked you about that because when I went to go get my VP9, I actually went there because Shields at the time, they have an exclusive version that it's made just for them. It's their version of the X5 Legion, and I went there to buy it. It was like the Legion, but it's all black. Mm-hmm. And I was damn near ready to buy it, and then I saw the VP9 in stock, and then I pulled the trigger, and then I traded. But I almost got that.
Yeah, that's the RXP X Compact, and yeah, it is. It's a pretty smooth trigger. I mean,
I think my question though is, have you ever had butter on a Pop-Tart?
Yes.
It's not that good.
It is not.
Frosting on a toaster strudel's better.
Oh my god, toaster strudels are the shit.
Now you guys were talking about the Caniks. I almost bought one of those too. I was just a little tight on money, Have you ever seen the TP9 Elite that has the OD green slide?
Yeah,
Yes, it's sexy.
The TP9 Elite, like SC.
Yep.
Yeah, it was $299, but I had just had some big expenses when I was selling my house, and I just didn't have the money to spend. And now I can't find one.
They're out there. I still see the.
I see plenty of mechanics, but not. I don't even think they offer the OD green slide anymore.
The one.
No, there's still some out there. Go ahead, medic.
Oh no, I was just going to say that. Sorry, I have a little delay in my internet, which is super weird. I apologize if I walk on anyone. The one that I reviewed, after I reviewed it, one of my students shot it and bought it off me that day. So
for whatever reason, that color combination it just stood out. I really wanted that gun.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
What's another pistol I would actually love to shoot? What was that? What was that brand I was looking at? It was not Smith and Wesson. I'm trying to think of that company.
I would love to shoot the Alien. I don't want to own it. I do not want to own it, but I want to feel the recoil system in that.
I bet
because
it shoots like an SP01.
I've heard so many people, like, there's a mix on them. The people who have shot them have said, one, you get the two different, it's a really good recoil system, and another, it's just, it recoils a hell of a lot harder than any other 9mm on the market. So
yeah.
I would love to, be able to try it out, but I'm not spending $5,000 to find out that I don't like it.
Yeah, I bet it recoils just like an.
I'd like to own one, just not buy one.
There's one pistol I want to try out. You heard of the Russian by Kiel?
Yep.
I want one of the actually try one of those out, see if I actually like one of those. The only problem is they're rare because they didn't really.
I want a palm gun.
Huh?
I want one of every firearm ever made and ever will be made.
Palm
But
gun.
I don't want to pay for them.
Oh,
One of those
there's one way.
little guns that fits right in your palm, and it's got like a 2-finger
Circular.
trigger thing. The
Yes.
barrel fits in between your fingers. Yeah, I want to
magazine.
try one of those. I want one of those. Yeah, to me that's just badass.
How about a Derringer?
That's like maybe just a little bit cooler in my opinion than the belt buckle that pops down with a double barrel on it.
Oh yeah.
Like that's freaking cool too. Like I'd even take that. Like I don't know which one I'd want more, but I really like the palm gun. I don't know what it is. The belt buckle's cool, but that's a little close to the boys. If there's a backfire or something, God forbid, I don't know. But definitely cool stuff though.
I don't know about you guys, but lately though, going to the gun shop actually gets kind of boring because what they do have in stock is always the same stuff anymore.
I've been hitting up pawn shops because they're buying from anybody they can get from, which like around here is SDS Imports. So they've got all sorts of cool shotguns and stuff in stock right now.
See, our pawn shops here suck.
They don't buy new stuff, or
No, they very rarely. If you find a gun in our pawn shops, it's usually some old beat of shit. It's up to the old one in the first place.
gotcha. They buy new stock around here.
There's something about Nebraskans that they sell a gun. What do you mean? People sell them?
Yeah, we don't have good pawn shops. I don't think we have any around anymore. They all opened up, and within 2 years, they get shut down for moving stolen goods. And the police are at them more often than shoppers. So, just doesn't seem to be a thing in my area.
If you do find a gun at a pawn shop here, they want new or more than new prices.
What the hell? If it's
The
new
gun
around
shop
here,
itself experience is depressing.
Oh.
They
Well,
never
I
have
went-
anything.
I went there one day and they had a Savage Mark II or Savage 64F. And they wanted $180 for it, and that gun was on sale for $99 at Walmart.
the hell?
Yeah.
It wasn't even the AccuTrigger. But it's got a scope on it. Yeah, it was a little Simmons $30 Walmart scope.
Yeah. See, one of the pawn stores here, they bring in brand new guns, and their sign, and I've showed some of the stuff that they have there. They're always getting new guns in, and they on their sign they're like right now, over 600 new guns in stock.
Yeah, our local guy here does brand new inventory regularly. He buys regular stuff, and I've got a partnership with him. So a lot of times, if I throw something on my channel and it does really well, he'll buy more of those, and then tell them about my channel, and people will watch my video and buy the gun. So I have a very, very, very deep set belief that I cannot, in any way, shape, or form, ever not tell the full truth about a gun. Because somebody might buy it.
Yep.
Yeah, most of the good trade-ins here, believe it or not, I know I sound like a broken record, but they go to Shields because their basic mode of operation on trade-in is they will, if it's a gun they still sell in stock, they'll basically give you between 75 and 100 less than what they would sell it brand new for on trade-in.
That's pretty cool.
Which is better to get anywhere else. So they everything's short, so they get a trade-in, and then 4 hours later, it's gone already.
Right.
So New York, or not New York, Nighthawk. Those glasses that you have. Yeah. So if you get tired of those or whatever, you can actually, like, if you want, you can trade them in with AimCam, and they will give you $100 credit towards a purchase of a new pair.
I still haven't done the video I want to do with them yet because I have to give you credit for buying me those on that video.
But yeah, so if you trade them in, you'll make a couple dollars.
That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, $100. How much did we pay for these things?
$40.
Dude, that's crazy.
But you spent a little more for the fact that you had to have $15 for shipping.
Shipping, whatever. Yeah, I couldn't get them for less than 130 around here. You were getting them for 40. I was like,
these you scammers. Get them for 40 to 55 and trade in for $100.
With a picture of my dick. Yep.
Shit.
Hey, it's not big. That's what they advertise on their website.
How good is the camera on these things, actually?
It's actually not horrible.
No, it's not bad.
I think it's 720p.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good enough that if you were to do, like, I'm going to be using it for, like, bird's eye view shooting, right? So
that's kind of what I was thinking they'd be good for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there is a pair that they have on their website, which I'll pull up their website real quick so you guys can see.
I'm a little tired of people saying, there's no way you shot that target.
And I'm looking at the Pro 3K, or not the Pro 3K. What? It's the ones that I want.
Oh wow!
I want the Strike.
The Three Stooges.
Yeah, it was.
Nice. First of all, how old am I? Second of all,
it's Me TV.
Me TV.
Okay.
So this is the one I was looking at, because you got your camera right there.
Yeah.
In the center.
Yeah, that's a little better. I don't like the variable camera.
And here, you can actually get your prescription lenses.
Oh,
a single,
sweet.
a single focal plane, you can either send in your prescription to them, and they'll do it, or they'll send you the deal so that you can then have your prescription like done on the glasses.
So what does that cost to get done?
These glasses here are $250
With a prescription, or that's just before the prescription though?
You probably have to have the lenses made.
I think
by doctor.
Well,
No,
because the reason I'm asking is I'm looking in just to get some prescription regular shooting glasses,
Yeah.
and my God, they get expensive.
Yeah, my tactical glasses are $580 a pair.
How much?
$580 a pair.
okay, so they're $250 if you do just the way they are. If you go up to the 128 gig, that will raise the price over the 64 gig. But if you do the mount and lenses, you're talking $335.
That they're doing it like cell phones.
But if you do a blank mount, it's $275. So you can do the blank mount and then whatever your optometrist charged to make your lens to fit that frame.
Well, because that's legit cheaper than the prescription shooting glasses that I'm looking at.
Yeah, these ones here, you can do the mount and lenses, but you can only do a single focal plane, so you can't do like bifocals or trifocals. But it's fine if you're not trying to see like, stuff like that. So yeah, you could easily just do that. And if you qualify, you could do 4 interest-free payments.
I wonder if you could con your vision insurance into paying for those.
If you have, I don't know if they accept. I was gonna say if you might be able to do like HSA, but I don't know if they actually do.
Well, because I was trying to see about that on shooting glasses, because with my vision insurance, you can get new lenses every year if you need to, and new frames every 2 years. Up to a certain
As soon as
dollar.
you mention shooting, they're going to cancel your insurance and be like, "Oh, there's a crazy guy. He's going to shoot his eye out."
So it says here, we provide you with a blank RX prescription mount. You can take this mount to your optometrist and have them fit your required prescription. Please note our mounts will only support single vision lenses. Or we provide an RX prescription mount with your required prescription. Please note our mounts will only support blah blah single vision. We can only manufacture up to A+ or -4 prescriptions. We provide your required prescription at the checkout with the email. And it says your lenses will be manufactured in the UK and delivered directly to your door in around 7 to 14 working days.
Oh God, the UK. So here's what I bought these. They've got a titanium core with a high impact polymer outer frame. The lenses themselves will take a straight shot from a 22 long rifle, and then they will adapt. They've got that adaptive coating on them for the different lighting conditions.
Yeah.
And so combine that with the high tensile strength and whatnot. These, as far as a pair of shooting glasses, are about the best things I own. Plus, the glasses actually have 2 focal points. So when I'm looking straight ahead, they have a focal point. And then when I'm looking up on the outer edge of the the glasses like so, there's another focal point up there.
Yeah,
So
the
you don't get
progressive.
you don't lose your focal point when you're looking down the glasses
Yeah.
through a rifle. So those are, as far as shooting glasses or tactical glasses, those things were worth the money.
See, you could probably have those lenses put into, that you might want to go with a blank.
Yeah.
And then have that, then,
Yeah, that might be worth looking into because I'm not kidding. What you just told me price wise is like 150 to 200 less than prescription shooting glasses I've been looking at.
Yeah.
So
prescription shooting glasses suck, dude. They're expensive.
So even if the camera took a dive on those, they'd still be good shooting glasses.
Yep, they would be.
Yep. Yeah. And you have your different, and I believe with those ones you can actually put your prescriptions in, and then put your like your sunglass lenses over the top of them.
Yep. Now there is a problem with them. So the old style, and I don't know if the new style are this way, you can't wear hearing protection that is external and use the glasses at the same time. So I can't wear my earmuffs. I have to put in, regular old-fashioned, hearing plugs, earplugs, in order
now,
to my walkers won't work.
Balding Curious was saying that he was using his earmuffs with his.
I'd love to see how he did that because I tried for almost 15 minutes and couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think he said he like.
I may be
here.
I don't know if I'm a bigger guy than he is or what, but it was just not doable.
Hey, you guys want to see what I've been working on?
Sure.
It's a picture of his penis. Don't let him put it up.
Really, Nighthawk?
Telling you, dude, don't put a picture of your dick up there, please.
No, but this is a plaque I'm working on for my friend.
Oh God! Oh.
Yeah, let me put him up here.
Oh, very nice. A little terrifying with the Black Widow climbing across the planet, but
well, there's a story behind it, so I'll have to get info on it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Here, let me get this. Yeah, so that's his business name. You can find him on Etsy.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. And what I'm using is I'm using some HVAC tape to actually get it on there, so it would make it look nice, look like the actual logo.
Oh, that's cool.
Looks pretty darn interesting.
Yeah, and like I said, he does a lot of jewelry. You can check it out on his Etsy site.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about getting a pimp necklace from him.
So yeah, and Defense Dad, if you're thinking about those glasses, you might want to have me get you one of the $40 pairs. It's a $15 to have it shipped to you, and then you get $100 off your glasses. So that actually save you some money in the long run.
Or you have another option, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Or what was that?
You can buy the ones that are from Iran, and then you buy directly from China.
You could.
Go on eBay.
Yep, the man's not lying.
A lot of the stuff's from the Middle East, believe it or not. Even India.
Mm-hmm.
No, here's a question. Do we actually have import bans from Iran?
I think we do.
I think it depending upon what it is.
Like clothing?
I would hope we have a lot of import bans from them, but I doubt they'll last very long.
I would say they're probably not anymore.
Because of you-know-whom.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those are some nice glasses.
Yeah. I'm
And
beginning to think you're pimping them out because you get a cut on them.
I need to. I need to start actually getting a cut.
There's got to be something.
Because he's
Yeah,
pimping
let
these
me
things
get them
pretty
for
hard,
you,
dude.
so I can get a free hole punch in my service card and get something for free. There's got to be something going on here.
The
like a
hookers
conspiracy.
I was looking
my
at
No. See what it is.
yeah, I was looking at Revision
Yeah.
just to see if they had anything you can put, prescription lenses in. But from their website, I'm not seeing anything because, those were issued glasses that I still use to this day. Basically, they come with multiple sets for shooting. Bullet resistance, the UV, the fog resistant, all that
Yep.
fancy stuff. And they tend to work great. Comfortable. Maybe it's just because I've worn them for so long. I don't know. But even the goggles that they give you, in a sense, I use those off-road dirt bike, stuff like that, alternating with another MX set, in a sense. But basically, they've always held up well for me, but I don't see anything where you can get a prescription in. Obviously, it's not a camera as well, but they'd be durable shooting glasses. So.
Yeah, and they're not going to hire a hooker to give G23 head after they buy them. So,
Oh my god.
See, the thing is if I sell enough of these glasses, I get a free box of 9mm ammo.
Oh, dude, I would totally pimp it out then too. I'd be like, "Wow, you better bring me my money."
Right? No, it doesn't work out that way.
No, I'm just giving you a hard time.
Yeah.
I've just never seen you shill for anything this hard.
Hey, G23, I gotta head out. Thanks for having me on, man.
You're so welcome. Thanks for jumping on and being a part of the show for a while.
Hey, anytime, man. Thanks.
Yep.
If anybody's
Take it easy, man.
Yeah. Thanks. If there's anybody that's in the chat, feel free to hop on and take my spot.
I think we have room, don't we?
Yeah, we have 2 open spots.
I only came back because there was room.
Well, neither one of you guys had to leave. I was just fine sitting in the back listening to you guys. You guys were having way more interesting conversation than when I came back. The conversation just died. I killed.
When I was trying to hop in earlier, I was driving and I couldn't get on. Some guy was riding my ass.
Did you at least make him pull your hair?
Here's the thing. I was already doing 5 miles an hour over the speed limit.
5.
Ooh. Dude, you get your ass rode hard here in Oregon. You better be doing like 15 over.
Yeah, but I was doing 40 or 45 and a 40.
Ran off the road.
I was doing 45 and a 40, and we do still have some black ice. So,
oh yeah,
if someone wants to be on my ass when I'm driving and I'm already speeding, they can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about the fact that you had that weather.
Yeah, we got a total of 15 inches between Sunday and Tuesday morning, and then we're supposed to have a little bit more tomorrow.
That's crazy.
That sounds like so much fun.
Yeah, awesome.
I do not miss the snow at all.
Since I sold my townhouse and I'm renting for a while, it doesn't bother me quite as much because I don't have to mess with it.
Yeah, I just hated I didn't really mind the snow. It was the driving in it. And it wasn't my driving in it. It was all the morons I had to deal with.
Well, so I live in a big college town. So if I see plates on a car that are anything further south than Kansas, I give them a wide berth. Because we get a lot of people up here from down south going to school, and they don't know how to drive in this stuff.
What are you talking about? We drive like pimps in that kind of weather, man.
So you would think living in a town that gets snow and ice every year, that from one year to the next, when the snow would start to fly, you would think that people would remember how to drive in that weather. But absolutely not. Every damn year, the snow flies, and
Same
24
thing here.
hours in a ditch.
See, these are college kids you're dealing with up there. It's
No, where I
regular
was.
Southerners can drive in the snow.
No. So if I see plates from a place that if they get an inch of snow, they shut the road down, then I give them a wide berth.
South Carolina.
But up here, yeah, like you're partially right, G23 too. Like you get people that every year they forget just because you have all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive doesn't mean your vehicle stops any better than any of the other ones.
Right?
My car is all-wheel drive, but it doesn't stop any better than anything else.
Not all-wheel brakes.
I got all-wheel drive, or I got four-wheel drive. I can do 105 miles an hour. Now I just become a heat-seeking missile when I friggin' try to stop.
Yep.
Snow doesn't bother me. It's the cold. I'm fine with the snow. I think it's fun, actually. It kind of sucks with my car, but as far as my truck, it's kind of fun. Makes it interesting. Adds a little challenge to the road. I just hate the people that don't know how to drive and that aren't confident. And you're going down the highway and you're doing 30 on the highway. You know what I mean? Because there's a couple inches of snow. Like, I mean, are you freaking serious? Like, keep your ass at home. I don't understand this shit. Those are the people that cause accidents, in my opinion.
Well, I'll tell you firsthand, though,
yeah.
I don't drive as fast in it as I used to because even though my car is all-wheel drive, it's got performance tires on it, and those don't do what that great in the snow and ice.
Yeah. That's another thing of people's problems. You get people around here with freaking low cars with rubber band tires on, that can't make it out of a store parking lot, and then they want to bitch at you because you don't feel like waiting for them. It's ridiculous. But but that's part of growing up and being an adult. You got to know to prepare for that shit. Have 2 sets of tires, or don't buy the cheap ass all seasons. Get the M&S tires, mud and snow or something. I mean, I don't know. I can pull a trailer in a freaking blizzard, still make it to work on time and not have an issue. But everybody else fucks it all up for me. Like, just get the hell out of my way, and I'm fine. So,
my car is 1980 tires, and it's hard to find good all seasons for that.
So, I lived in South Carolina. I was in Simpsonville, South Carolina for a year. And so it had a skift of snow. I mean, a skift. Barely any snow hits the ground. Everybody in there is like freaking out. The town shuts down, blah, blah, blah. I go out, I get in my 300ZX Turbo and drive to work. Oh my God, it looked like friggin' everyone was going to have a massive coronary, thinking that I was like some crazy, dude, there's not much snow. Literally, I mean, it wasn't bad. But they looked at me like I was friggin' nuts gonna go drive in this.
Yeah, it depends. If you know how to drive in it, it's just. But I grew up driving muscle cars, but you had the old school snow tires that looked like a tractor tire that you drove in them, and I could almost drive clear across the town I grew up in sideways, just having fun. Just cranking the wheel and flooring it, and so yeah, it's fun when you're a kid. But now, that's what I'm saying. Like most cars come out with wide, lower profile tires, and like I drive a Chrysler 300 all-wheel drive, right? And there's tons of those out there, but it has a weird tire size. It's a 19. It's an odd size, so there's not a whole lot of tires, including like Stow Tire companies that make the size for that damn car.
Yeah, it's like that 300ZX Turbo. The tire size was not too horrible. It was a 215 65 15, but if you tried to change the rims on there, it had a medium positive offset, and the only kind of friggin' rim that you could find that had the correct medium positive offset was the old Krager muscle car, that came on the Mustangs and stuff.
Like the Traeger SSs or the Keystone Classics?
Yeah, it was like the 5-spoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the only ones that you could find. I'm like, dude, those are a muscle car. You're not putting that on a sports car. You know? It wouldn't have looked right.
Well, you guys got to keep that in mind when you go car shopping. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys live different places and stuff, but in the north, like my Honda, I expect if it snows that I'm just not driving it because I literally plow it with my bumper. That's just what it is. I mean, will it go in the snow? Sure. Is it worth driving it and dragging it across the road? No. I'm just not driving like a Nissan, whatever, turbo, rear-wheel drive. I'm not driving that damn thing in the winter. Could you? Sure. But is it practical? Is it ideal? Hell no. That's just going to be a pain in the ass.
See,
like when the light changes green, I'm gone. I'm not sitting there spinning, trying to catch tread. I'm gone. I'm already coming up on the next light, like cutting the corner. I'm out. 4-wheel drive, good tires. Peace, baby. I got to go to work. I'm not sitting here dicking around all day.
So
that's what pisses me off when everybody's out there in their little sports car in the north and you're just holding up, waiting through a whole goddamn light before you make the corner because you want to sit there spinning your shit ass tires. Like, get the fuck out of my way, man. Like, people are lucky. Like, you know, if there wasn't rules to shit, I had a push bar, you sons of bitches would be all types of fucked up. Let me tell you. So I ain't got time for that
Rob,
stupid
shit. When I drove my 300 turbo, when I lived up in Washington and we got snow, that car went in the garage, and I had a 95 GMC Suburban, and I was running.
Well, that's smart.
Man. And I was running mud and snow tires on that with 4-wheel drive, you know. So I had that bad boy for during the winter time. I mean, that thing was getting 17 miles to the gallon if you were lucky on a tailwind.
Hey, man, that's good gas mileage compared to anything I've ever had. Come on now.
It averaged most of the time 7-8 miles to the gallon inside city limits and 12 to 15 on the highway.
This is literally the first vehicle I've ever personally owned that got a gas mileage at least started with a 2.
Yeah, I think I'm driving the first car that I ever owned that had a gas mileage that started with a 2.
But the thing about my car, it really isn't bad in snow. The only thing about it is it's got an 8-speed automatic transmission, and you give it any gas, and it downshifts really quickly, and then it breaks all 4 tires loose on the snow and ice. It's a little bit finicky in the snow and ice, especially if you're going around a curve. Like my old street was flat, but if I was going a curve and I gave it too much gas, all of a sudden, and it was icy, I would just end up hitting the curb with both tires on the side because you give it just a bit and it would downshift 2 gears.
Yeah, that's why I really like having a manual transmission in the wintertime.
Yeah.
Or if I'm driving an automatic in the wintertime, I will drop that thing all the way down to like 1, because most of the time you have, first gear, second gear, and then you have your overdrive or your drive. So I will drop it down to your lowest gear and then start taking off. And once that happens, then I'll shift it up into like second gear and then into drive. So you still have, your transmission doing a little bit more work.
It's not ideal. And, depending on the vehicle. And a lot of people think they can drive a stick and they can't. And then forcing your automatic to shift at different points. I can see that being an issue in some cases. Of course, they'll tell you it's not, but that's not how things usually play out. I think a stick is the way to go if you can handle it.
Yep.
Control your power, definitely. I can see like an automatic is, coming to a steep, snowy hill or whatever, and you're concerned, you want to use the engine, downshifting or something like that, going down or pulling a heavy load, or running in a second or something. But
or if you're
I wouldn't just go shifting your gears on the fly for the hell of it because you feel like at school.
But like in the
might not be a good thing.
In the wintertime, you're going down a highway or a freeway, and you come to a hill, and and you're doing 25, 30 because of weather conditions. I've been there, done that, where you can't get above like 30 on a friggin' highway because of how bad the freezing rain and snow is. When you're trying to pull that hill, if you just leave it in, drive or overdrive, you're gonna just have your tires spinning because your transmission is gonna try shifting. And there's times where you just need to go up that hill and not have your tranny shift. So if as you're coming to it, you drop it into a lower gear, which would still be, so your tranny's not shifting, you'll make it up that hill and not have to worry about having your tranny shift at the wrong point, and then you lose traction. I've seen it happen many times.
Transfer of torque. It happens a lot uphills and stuff. So it's just a transfer of torque, how much pressure is being applied. And that's the same thing with slowing down in a sense. If you downshift too quickly, it's like hitting, an e-brake on the front end. Your tires are going to, seize up, lock up, you lose control. It's a problem.
Well, there's
same in an automatic. If you force it too quick, it could be an issue. So that's where your vehicle, where you can play with it. It can hurt you as much as it can help you if you're not familiar. But once you get familiar, it's a blessing. Plus, your brakes last longer. You don't have to change them as often because the engine does have to work for you. That asshole won't let you over. I don't care if you're in a beater pickup. If it's a standard, you can drop a gear and make that son of a bitch move. Might make a lot of noise and shake a bitch, but it'll do it, but it's nice, the distribution of power like that. Just rocking yourself out of a spot when you're stuck, An automatic, that's a bitch. But in a standard, that's fun. That's a challenge. Okay, no problem. Your starter blows. Park on a hill till payday. Nobody will even know. Trust me, I could first-hand experience. I picked people up, dropped them off. They never had a clue my starter didn't work.
Oh yeah,
they don't know the difference between me pop starting it. They have no clue. So,
dude, my first
you can get away with a lot of shit with this thing.
Yeah, my first car was a '64 Ford with a 3-speed manual on the column with no power steering, no power brakes, no power nothing. And I could drive anywhere in that thing. The only time I ever got stuck in that car is because I got high-centered because it was too thick. And I had chains and the old tractor tire, snow roof tires on that one. And that's where a lot of people get in trouble these days too. Like they think they got all-wheel drive, but most cars are so low to the ground anymore. Like even if you have all-wheel drive, you can only go through so many inches of snow before the bottom's going to get stuck. When I used to sell BMWs and Mercedes and Jaguars and all that shit, I hated it when I got some idiot. I started taking a test drive. I'm like, no, don't go here. No, it's all-wheel drive. And then I'd have to call a damn tow truck because they'd get it so buried with the plates underneath of it that you couldn't go anywhere. And they're like, well, if I can't get through this stuff, I don't want to buy it. I'm like, you're a freaking idiot. It's a light BMW 3 Series. Granted, it's all-wheel drive, but it's not made to go through 10-inch pile of snow, you moron.
That's why I loved my Suburban sitting on a 3.5-inch lift kit running 33 1250s.
Was it a frame lift or a suspension lift?
I bought it with the lift on there, but
that made hockey puck special.
No, it was all done. It was all done correctly. The whole I don't think it was the suspension because of the fact that
Well, so the reason I asked is we used to get guys.
Most of the frame lifts, your axles and everything stay low, where your suspension lift will bring your axles up with.
Yeah.
So it was a suspension lift, not a frame lift.
Well, that's what I was wondering because we used to get these guys that would come in and they had it's got a lift, and they'd get stuck, and because they think because they put a body lift on, and Well, your axles aren't any farther off the ground than
the
they would in
pumpkin's
first days.
still 16 inches. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that's the cheapest way to lift a truck, so that's why people do it too.
Yeah. Mario says they're freaking out now. As a matter of fact, snow coming tonight. LOL. I've had that on the screen for a while.
Oh,
we have
if you want to get the mud crickets, you got to jack that truck up, put tires on. It's like a vibrator going down the road, and make sure you got to climb in and out every time you got to get in the vehicle. And then you'll get the mud crickets all over the place, man.
So we have Gizzard Gary out in the crowd. Welcome.
Yeah, I just saw that. Apparently, you don't want to follow Gizzard when it's snowing.
So I was driving back when I lived in Washington, and it was freezing rain, and so it had snowed. There was like 4 inches of snow, and then we were getting freezing rain on top of it. Lovely weather conditions. And I'm coming home from work, and this car could clearly see me for like 2.5 city blocks because I'm on a straight stretch. He sat at the light until I was about a half a block away from that light, and then he started pulling out. I barely tapped my brakes so I could try to slow down a little bit because I didn't want to, and all of a sudden I just started sliding like a friggin' missile. And I'm sliding, I'm gaining speed. I'm friggin' starting to catch up to this guy. And I look in the back and there's a friggin' car seat in the back of the car. And he was driving a small...
You stomp on the gas and then crack the e-brake as you counter steer?
Yeah.
He...
Come on, man.
I could
you
see
had some fun, right?
I curbed my truck, went up over the sidewalk, barely missed hitting it.
You fucked up.
I barely missed hitting it. It was either that or go over the friggin' top of him. There was no way I would have just gone straight up over the top.
Man, you lose it like that, you got to stomp on it to gain traction again, and then use that momentum to shift it another way. I love having, I grew up where we played tag for fun with beaters in the winter.
Well,
short parking lots, slamming each other, pit maneuver each other. Don't get me pissed off in a car.
I would have no problem if I was, if it was people I knew and stuff. But when you're trying to avoid going 4x4ing up over the top of somebody's car who has a kid in the back seat.
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. You got to punch it to grab traction and turn yourself back away. And that's like sliding backwards down a hill or something. You don't freak out and, panic. You stomp the freaking gas, dude. You end up getting your traction. You just got to do something with it.
That, or sometimes you got to put yourself into more of a spin. You'll spin around the car rather than hit them. It just depends.
I just the safest part of it.
Almost doesn't count.
I just knew the safest part of it was to jump the curb and avoid him altogether.
Well, remember, if you kill him and his kid, then you've saved the rest of us some misery because clearly they're dumb. I did not say that.
Yeah, I hate that when people wait to cut you off. That stuff, oh boy, that gets you. It's happened to me. So going down a road, back road, with friends, cruising along, having a good time, a little bit over the speed limit, and all of a sudden, out the blue, a car just slowly wants to drift down out of a driveway into the road. I've seen some crazy stuff, and I've always been lucky and, made it, damn near on two wheels, almost clipping a mailbox. But you really got to pay attention when driving, that's for sure.
I don't know about you guys, but here, people here can't figure out how to turn. Like I get honked at all the time. I'm driving down a 2-lane road, and one person's coming at me, and I'm going, and we're both turning. They're turning right, and I'm turning left. There's 2 lanes. God forbid you turn at the same time they're turning, because you know damn good and well they're trying to turn across lanes, and they blare their horn at you. I'm like, to go back and learn the legal way to turn and stop freaking honking at me because there's 2 lanes here. Like nobody in this town ever knows how to turn properly. If you do,
one of these times I'm gonna friggin' video when I'm driving down the road, so you guys can see how some of the crazy stuff happens around here. I have seen people in the right hand lane on a 4-lane road that will take and make a left turn and cross all 3 lanes.
yeah.
I have seen people that will make like turns to go into a parking lot or even to go and take a side street or whatever, and they will come to almost a complete and total stop before they make that turn.
That's how you get people killed.
And they will creep around that corner at like 2.5 miles an hour.
There's
Yeah,
only
people
one
here
place
that'll just not know which way they want to go on the highway, and then very last minute after everybody already made room for them to get the way they wanted to go, they'll want to cut back over, and then they cut over and everybody's cruising, and then they get on their brakes because you're on their ass, and then they want to start locking the brakes up and stuff. And like, oh my god, like let me tell you, I would not show those videos because I'd probably end up in jail. But when people play stupid games, they win stupid prizes. Let me just put it that way.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna be quiet.
I completely understand what you're talking about. I know exactly where you're coming from because you should hear some of the crap I say.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't gonna say what I say. It's I'll just tell you what. Sometimes they wish they didn't, because if you want to be an ass, I'm good at being an asshole. Let me tell you what. Like, you ain't gonna win that one.
Oh yeah, and my favorite one is when you're just driving down the road, and you'll watch the cars in front of you, and it's almost every car. They will touch the inside line and the outside line all the time. They just sit there and drift back and forth. And even the cops do it. And you're like, wait a minute. Dude, I'm from, like, back in Washington. If you did that, they would be nailing your ass, like, quick. They'd be pulling you over to find out if you were drunk.
I had a car that I almost had to do that in one time, though, because, like, down I-80 through Nebraska, there's pronounced ruts from the trucks and everything. And I had a car that was just wide enough it would catch one rut and the outside edge of the other one. So those things would just throw your freaking car all over the place. I hated driving the interstate with that car. And it was in good shape. The suspension I had all rebuilt, and it was one of the cars I'd built, but it was the combination of the tires and the width of the car was just wide enough. Those freaking ruts would throw you. So I did always drive in the left lane because this was the right lane that would screw you up.
I had to drive a Volkswagen van or a Mercedes van one time at work, and they handed me the keys for it. And it was one of those ones that had the real tall ceiling on it with like the cooling unit.
Yeah.
And the wind blew me all over the road in that thing. I was like driving an RV in the middle of a windstorm. I was like, holy crap.
I think one of the most annoying things though is so I had a 72 Skylark, basically Buick's version of the Chevelle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had put it was built, and I'd put 2.5-inch exhaust all the way back with an X pipe for a cross pipe, not an H pipe. And at that time, they had dropped the speed limit in Nebraska to 55, and at 55, that hit the exact resonating point of my exhaust. So if I drove 55, it was just this ear blowing. And I tell you what, the first time I drove over that, I passed a cop, and the freaking guy pulled me over. I got a warning, But so then I had to switch my exhaust because it killed my ears.
Yeah, that's one thing I miss. That I really do miss about the Suburban I had, because I had a MagnaFlow exhaust on that thing.
Yeah.
And if you hopped on that gas, everybody for like 3 city blocks knew it. And if you just dumped the gas, everybody would know it. And you could trigger motion sensor lights. You could trigger car alarms with that thing. And I had a damn good stereo system in my rig, but you could get to a point where you would make the exhaust rumble so hard that it would drown out your radio.
Yeah, I was pissed when I did this though, because it was like over $500 having a custom exhaust made for this, because I got the engine, put it all together. So then I ended up just having to put different like mufflers on it, and it changed the resonating frequency of the exhaust system. But even that, that cost me another $300 for different mufflers. I used to spend. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't like. What's that?
I was just saying that sucks. I've kind of been there. I've purchased a brand new exhaust, put it on, and then been pissed off because it's too loud.
Yeah, this was all stainless.
And it sounded fine. I idle. It sounded actually good. But when you get going on the highway, like, oh, good God. Like, like shit. And I went in and asked, I want the quietest thing you got. But it didn't work that well. So that's disappointing when you spent money and you still got to spend more money.
I always ran good turbos on my cars, and I have exhaust cutouts because my friends and I grew up, and we may or may have not done quite a bit of illegal, highway racing. And I didn't want glass packs like everybody else put on them because I didn't really want to advertise that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you got to be able to blend in.
Yeah. So I had
cutoffs are known to rattle though. So that's
a
particular.
The ones that you had a button. The ones I had a button. They would activate a solenoid, and they would pull the cutout off. So I could change them from inside the car.
Yeah.
But yeah, I and that's part of the reason I drove a little more conservatively than my friends, because there was a couple officers in my town that knew they could never catch me racing, so they would pull me over for every other reason they possibly could, just to try to give me a ticket.
Yeah,
I got pulled over in that car 5 or 6 times in the same year for safety inspection. Because it was a bright orange 70s muscle car with a black top. They knew it was my car.
It's crazy. And on my Honda, after having issues with exhaust and this and that, stainless steel all the way back, whatever. I ended up doing something. I forgot what I was doing, messing with the linkage, and I pulled it to the side and kind of actually tore the back muffler part of it off one of the brackets. Yeah. I was like, damn. So I had to buy something else and, replace that. And when replacing it, it was still just as loud and having issues. So it's been an issue ever since. The only thing I can do is spend even more money and take the header pipes off and stuff like that to actually get it to be quiet. But it's like, damn, I don't want to spend all that kind of money just to neuter the car. I mean, I bought it that way. It's how it was. It's how it passed inspection. It's how everything was fine and legal. But when I drive it, it's a problem. So it's something. So now I got a regular muffler on there, and you still got to be cautious how you drive it. You know what I mean? Because it's 2-inch pipes and everything on it and whatnot. So if you get on it, it turns into like racetrack real quick. Technically, most people don't realize racetracks have decimal limits, so it would be borderline racetrack. I don't even know if I'd be able to run it like that. So, but and that's a little disturbing. So due to that, I baby it more in a sense. So I'm not causing attention. But if you want to have fun, it can get loud.
People ask me why I wasn't as much into guns when I was a kid. I'm like, because I had a car habit. I couldn't afford both.
Right.
Oh,
Like I was,
cars, girls, ATVs, dirt bikes.
yeah. I'm like, well, if I buy something else, then I can't get the head work that I need done, or I can't get the transmission built that I need done, or I blew the rear end. I need a new rear end.
Oh yeah. My first 3 muscle cars were at least twice as expensive as my current gun habit. At least.
that was weird, Rob. You like dropped out and came back
What's
in.
that?
Without me. You dropped out, came back in without me like clicking and putting you back in the stream. It happened so quick.
Oh, damn, you caught that? Well, yeah, I hack everybody's stuff. Technically, this is my channel now. You just
Good.
think it's yours.
Have at it.
So, Rob, how much fun did you have when you were a kid making fun of the kids that just had a 305 and cut the exhaust off past the mufflers and tried to pass their cars off as fast?
Man, I had a lot of fun in a sense. Shit, even cars I've seen people put fake radiators in the front so it looks like it's turboed.
Yeah.
What?
People did all types of stupid shit.
There was this kid. There was this kid that had there was this kid that had a Cutlass, and so it had what was the old version? Was it 307 or 30? Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, but he cut 305 was Chevy. 307 I think was the Cutlass. Yeah. Anyway, so he had big, nice paint job done to it, and he cut the exhaust off after the mufflers, and always tried to pass it and everything. So he annoyed us so much that we were regularly, if we see him parked, if we had time, we would jack up his rear end, and then we would put cinder blocks underneath his axles, and then put it back down, and his tires were just like a half an inch off the ground. Then he'd get stuck, and he wouldn't really just pop in, put it in gear, and his tires would spin.
That's funny. We did a lot of stuff like tying shit to the back of people's cars. Those people that had the little Fiestas and shit, we get about 5 of us together and flip it around somewhere, 180 degrees in a parking spot or something, so they couldn't get out and stupid shit. All types of stuff like that in a sense. But
we would pick up the back end of cars with people we didn't like in high school, and we'd move them over to the next spot so they get a parking ticket, because our school would actually give you parking tickets.
There was we had a teacher. She was the drama teacher, and she was a bitch. Oh my God, she was a bitch. Well, she drove a Volkswagen thing. So about once a week, we would pick it up and carry it into the school cafeteria and leave it there.
We're in my town, it's small enough. When they cruised in my town, it was downtown. It was just stoplight to stoplight. So like in a green light, maybe 3 cars would get through. So you're just going slow.
Right.
And it got to be popular for the popular kids. If you had your window down, they just decided they would get super soakers and just start spraying you.
Oh shit.
And we had enough of it. So my buddy, we went to his dad's shop, and he had 2 or 3 of the old style fire extinguishers where you just put water in them.
Yeah.
So we would fill water and fill up to 120 psi, and then so the first time one of those guys sprayed, I unloaded on it, and I hit him so hard I thought it parted his hair.
So we are joined by Rougarou.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good.
So this is the first time you've been on our live stream.
Yeah, you've invited me a few times, and I kept turning you down. Finally decided I'd make an appearance.
Are you going to tell him the rule?
There is no rules.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And how could I tell him a rule when he's a good old Southern Louisiana boy?
Yeah, Rougarou is my mark point. So when they come haul Rougarou off, I know to stop broadcasting my stupid shit too.
Hey, glad I could be of service.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got a lot of family down in
people used to do people used to do the Main Street runs, my area in a sense as well. It seems like that might be the teenager thing to do. I know I always kind of refer to them as loser laps because it was all the kids in cars, driving by and waving and trying to look cool and shit. I know I had a car, but usually I'd be out on a bike and hang out with people and talk and go associate, instead of just driving around waiting for some girl to run up and say, "Oh, pick me," and hop in the car. So it seemed like it was very counterproductive and just bring a lot of attention your way. So I know usually after I made contact, and if I felt like dealing with it, then I'd go, pick you up in my car and we'd go hang out and party or whatever we were doing at the time. But just driving up and down Main Street was definitely referred to by a lot of people as loser laps back in the day. So
it was just a form
different, though.
It was just a form of socialization in our town. And I grew up in a smaller town. Downtown's like 8 blocks long. But the problem is when you have cars that are not stock, like we'd have to pick someone else's car to ride up and down with because our cars would overheat if you're going that slow because they're just, you're bumper to bumper traffic and there wasn't any airflow going over the radiator. I had most of us either had 3 or 4 core aluminum radiators, so they were set up for racing. But when you have a built car like that, it's just sitting there idling forever. Yeah, they overheat. So we would find one of our friends that had a stock vehicle or something we'd cruise in. Our favorite one was my buddy. His first car, his parents gave him a '79 Dodge conversion van for his first car. That was fun to cruise in.
Okay, it got really, really quiet.
But you guys lied to Rougarou there. First time in, you're supposed to supply everybody in the room a box of 9mm. So now times are hard, so we understand if you can't cough up 5 boxes at this point. Or 4 boxes.
I'll take 357.
As long as you get me mine first, it's no problem.
Will you accept 556?
762.
Damn straight.
9.
Damn straight.
Can you do 357 Magnum or 38 Special? I'm having a hard time finding that.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, ammo's a little hard to come by around here, too.
Well, I guess it just depends,
Yeah, I gave up here.
Yeah, I had kind of a weird.
Have it. I ain't paying the price for it anyway.
I kind of wondered if I was getting sick tonight. I called up to where I usually get ammo to see what they had in stock, and all they had was some 9mm and some 454 Casull, and I didn't feel like making the drive just to get my 100 rounds of 9mm.
Wow, you got the Rona?
I must have. I mean, I've got a good amount of 9, and I really need to find some 45 and some 38 Special and some 357 worse.
I need to find 45 long Colt.
I didn't expect to need 45 CCP, but I bought that one box of it just out of trade stock, and then I ended up.
Is your headset going out?
The way I see it is, unless you really need it, you shouldn't buy it at this point because it's goddamn expensive. It just kind of feeds the problem.
They had a 200 round box of 45 last week, and it was $99. So it's $25 a box, and I bought it because I knew I could trade it for 357, but now I need the 45.
Don't you just hate it when you trade off ammo to get something else, and then you go buy a gun in that caliber that you just traded away?
Well, that's just it. I don't have a 7.62 by 39 anymore, but I still have 1,000 rounds of it. But I want to get a new upper, so I'm holding on to it.
7.62 by 39 does not belong on an AR. No. That is a bastardized weapon.
When you can get an upper and you already have the lower, and you only can spend $250 to $300 and shoot it, I'm okay with it. That, or honestly, I'm looking for like a CZ 527, or if I could find like an Ruger American Ranch in 7.62 by 39, even if it's just a bolt action, just to shoot it, because I've got the ammo and I don't want to get rid of it because I know I'm going to shoot it down the road.
Just bite the bullet and get you an AK.
I am not spending AK prices right now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'm not dropping $1,200 on a freaking AK.
Build your own.
That's like a $700 high point or something. That's just crazy.
You can build your own AK. I'm pretty sure that there's a person on this panel right now who has a couple of videos on how to build an AK.
Yeah.
Who would that be? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'd have to second the AK.
Building an AK seems like a pain in the ass, personally. I mean, nothing compared to like an AR. Obviously, it's not the hardest thing out there in the world to make or something like that. But as far as ease of use for the average person, things like that, it seems like ARs are way easier for people to build.
Okay, if a 7-year-old in China can shoot an AK, then you could figure out how to
I
shoot.
say shoot, I said build.
I guarantee you the 7-year-old in China is building them also.
The 7-year-old in China,
maybe, but that's
has
a
been
talented
building them since he
7-year-old that would
3.
kick a 7-year-old American 7-year-old ass, probably. But it's a different setup. But just the simple fact, most people. I mean, shit. I've painted houses for doctors and shit. Like, they can do brain surgery, but they don't trust themselves to paint their own room or something. Or they just don't feel bothered. But stupid stuff. I mean, paid to flip people's breakers because they're scared to touch them. Like, and these are educated people. Some people just don't do well with tools in their hands. You know what I mean? So, when just being practical, ARs are easier for the average person to get into and build, in my opinion, than an AK. It just takes a little more equipment, skill, time, labor, I think.
Yeah, and I'll probably end up getting an AR. I'll get a 16-inch barreled upper for it, because I already have a strip lower in the safe that needs built, and I could build the whole lower for nothing, so I already got the parts. So at this point, it's just cheaper for me to get an upper, and I've already got the C Products Defense mags for it. So that's what I'll end up doing. I know you don't like it, man, but I'm not a big fan of 4D either. So Andy boo boo. I don't see why people jump. I don't see why people jump to 40 from 9 instead of going to 45. Personally,
what are you talking about? I shoot 40.
I know you do,
and I got the wife at 9, and that was July was the first time I ever having a 9mm anywhere near.
40 is based on a mistake, and it is being corrected.
40.
If you can give me shit about my 7.62 ARs, I can give you shit about your 40 caliber gun.
Exactly. But my 40 cal will still be around.
It's being corrected.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
They're building more and more guns in 40 cal.
People are waking up every day and realizing, holy crap, just because
that 40 is so nice.
Our enforcement agencies were loaded with weenies does not mean.
See, I would go and get a 10mm because I really like the 10mm if they would actually take and load the 10mm to the proper loading. But right now, I am not going to spend $3 to $5 more for a box of ammo for the same pretty much the same performance that I'm getting out of my 40.
See, and I'm cheap, so if I'm going to spend more money on ammo than 9mm, it's going to be jumping to a 45. That's my thing.
So so when 9mm was back at its cheapest, and you're talking it was like 17 cents a round, you were still pulling 40 for like 21 to 23 cents a round. I am still paying right now like 23 to 25 cents a round for my 40.
See, and here's the difference. So I can still get on a fairly regular basis, I can still get 9mm for $15 a box, right? Even at Shields, where it's cheap, it's $25 for a box for that. So I'm going to continue buying 9mm, and then because they're charging just as much for 40 as 45. So if I'm going to buy a more powerful round, I'm just going to get the 45. Now, if it was that close in price, like what you're experiencing, might be a different story. But I've got quite a few 9mm.
Yeah, and again, like I said, don't worry. The problem with 40 will be fixed.
Well, and let's be honest. Even though they are building more in 40, how much more of a selection of really nice guns out there do you have in 9mm compared to 40?
So many more. They might as well declare the death penalty for anybody who's still purchasing and running a 40 caliber.
Well, and don't get me wrong, I don't hate 40. I don't. I just, me personally, I don't see. Literally, if I'm going to spend the same amount of money for that as a 45 ACP, I'm going to go to the 45.
Absolutely.
And there's absolutely zero wrong with the 45 ACP. I like that round.
Yep.
Then why do you befoul your soul by buying 40 calibers?
Well, would 40 penetrate better than a 45?
Absolutely.
Because I would think. Absolutely. See, so that might be a catch to the 40 in a sense. And a lot of people overlook it, but I always think of shooting through obstacles. Most of the time people take cover, things like that, or whatever. If I have the preference, I'd rather shoot through a door than have to open it for an engagement or something. Now, granted, these are all perfect scenario things, but or if you're returning fire to a vehicle, I would like to make sure that, after it enters the vehicle, it's still going to be a lethal weapon or lethal round. So that's where 45 kind of scares me is, 45 tends to bounce off a lot of shit where 40 may blow through. So that might be still a positive in a way to 40.
Well, and for me, for me personally, if I'm shooting 45, it's going to be at the range. It's a range gun. Everything else is going to be a 9mm as far as a handgun in my house. So it's just, when we're not in these panic prices and that kind of stuff, where I usually shoot, we run drills. I was used to shooting between 300 and 500 rounds every Friday. You can't do that period right now, but when a box of 9, normally was only running $7 a box, I could afford to do that.
So you have to think from the statistics or the processes that you're executing on. So a 40 and a 45 behave almost the exact same way when passing through the thin skin of a car. It is not a significant obstacle to it. The same thing when it comes to a door. Now, the actuality is a 40 is capable of penetrating things that a 45 will not, but a 9mm in the modern loads can do the same thing. And so the question then is, which one can cause the biggest leak? Because neither of them are capable of penetrating standard soft body armor. So ultimately, you have to look at expansion forces, the behavior of the round as it deals with clothing and things of that nature. And there's no longer such a large gap between 9mm and 40 caliber that it makes a significant impact for self-defense.
Well, I'm told some 9mm will actually penetrate 3A. Now I don't know if it's true or not. It's just what rumor is that
specific rounds, yes.
Solid copper stuff or something. Yeah.
No. Solid copper.
Which you can mark that up as a plus in a sense. Yeah. And then looking at those 3 calibers, which one do you think would have the most deflection shooting through a angled car window? In my opinion, I think 45 would probably be the worst because of its size and power.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but I would just assume it would be. So that would drop you back down to 40 or 9mm. And I couldn't say just by top of my head which would be affected more, the 9 being lighter or the 40. I don't. It's hard to say. So I still think there's pros and cons in there. It just depends what you're looking for in a sense.
Yep.
I say everybody will pick their own caliber.
Yeah, I'm looking for penetration. I want to take it deep. So deep, they feel it coming. Shock and it's just shaking deep.
I'm looking to reduce the number of calibers so that the next time there's an ammunition shortage, it's half as bad as this one, because there will be at least 2 more in the next 4 years.
But is it? Or if you have more calibers, can you have more chance of finding something in stock?
Right.
So they have to reduce focus in order to produce different calibers, which makes it slower to produce ammunition.
Yeah.
So if you go back to the baser calibers and you get rid of the stuff that was already proven to be superfluous, then you begin to see ammunition in stock. And I'm going to use 38 Special right now as an example. 38 Special is just essentially 9mm or a 357 Magnum. Okay, it's not a big push from one to the other. And in most places right now, you can't find 38 Special almost anywhere. No. And so let's be honest for a minute, an entire class of firearms is just about gone because of that. And because we built those in superfluous calibers, the 38 Special caliber, they're now doomed for the time being. And so had those been created in 9mm or something useful like that, we wouldn't be having this issue.
Well, but like here, what you find in stock is cyclical. If there's 9 in the stock, you're not going to find 45 or 40. If there's no 9 in stock, you're probably going to find 40 that week or 45. So that's what I'm saying. If you have the other calibers, you have a better chance to finding ammo, and especially when it only lasts an hour at a time. You got to be there in the first place. But yeah, I don't. Because I almost bought a 40 because for a long time here you couldn't find 9 or 45, but you could still readily get 40. So I literally almost bought a 40 just to have one. But then I decided not to. But yeah, as long as you have a sampling of the popular rounds, you can hopefully find one of them every so often.
Well, the cyclic rate has to do with them changing to make different ammunition. And again, if there are less difference in calibers, that is less of an issue, right? So let's say we're in this situation right now, right? And you're a manufacturer and you're trying to satisfy demand on the market. It doesn't make sense for you to just make one caliber, right?
Because no, you're going to make the most popular ones.
Right. And you're going to make a few of the least popular ones, or just whatever else you can make sure that you're getting sales, right? But if there are maybe 3 calibers to do, people have guns that have ammunition more frequently because there is no rotation out of the production of that ammunition. So the last 2 shortages, this has happened every time. Ammunition for certain guns got really hard to find, and then they slowed production because they had to slow production to change out to other less, if you will, uniform types of ammunition. So I propose you get rid of 38 Special, you get rid of 40, you get rid of like about 8 different rifle cartridges right now. And you switch back to most of the NATO cartridges.
Yeah, I think defensive I don't know. A lot of people use 38s or whatever in a sense, but I get Nighthawk's point in a sense. I know personally, I stuck with like NATO cartridges besides 22 LR, just for the fact that you're gonna find it no matter what. And if shit hits the fan, it's out there. Whether you survive to get it or not, it's another story. But it is there.
But are you finding it?
I think that's. Yes. But that's the thing. I don't need to find it because I'm sitting on it. Because I've already found it. It was everywhere and at good prices.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
I'm finding it
that's just it.
But I'd be finding it a
so
lot.
I'm not locally finding any ammo that I'm willing to pay for. But that's where I'm at now. I don't have to pay for it in a sense because I have something that I'm comfortable with. I mean, obviously, you'd always want more in some cases, but once you pick a caliber like that or get into some calibers, it's it's cheaper when you buy bulk. It's easier. You're only looking for these couple things. It's just seems more convenient for me in a sense. But again, I'm cheap. I can't afford a lot. If I could, maybe I'd do more. But to me, I'd rather have a lot of what I got than a few of everything.
Well, me too. Then, like a dumbass, I buy two guns I don't have anything for. But tell you what, if someone wants to start getting guns right now, like you could actually buy some guns at a decent price that are not at panic prices, even though you can't get ammo for them. When things get normal, you already have the gun, but you spent less money on it.
Truth.
So, and that's the reason I bought that 45 because I bought it dirt cheap. And it's also the reason I bought that 357 Magnum that's coming because I got a really good price on it. So I'll scrounge for some ammo and just do a video on it, but I don't necessarily have to shoot it, but I have it sit in the safe for when I can get ammo more readily for it. But the only ones I'm actively feeding are my 9mm and my 223 and my 5.56. Well, until I do it.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna get for the wife for the anniversary.
9mm.
Did you end up getting that grip module for 320? Or was that for Christmas or birthday or something?
I was gonna do that, but she wouldn't make any decision on it, so I just said screw it. I left that to the wayside.
What is she into? I mean, why has it got to be a gun? You already bought her guns, and then you're buying grips to change her shit on her guns. If I was her, I'd be pissed. Leave my shit alone. Get a gun. I want it to get comfortable, know my shit, and be happy with it. But I mean, is she into something else? I mean, buy her. I don't know, something else.
Now she wants a single stack.
What does she like?
She wants a single stack.
What does she like besides guns?
She likes a lot of things.
Solid gun thing. Okay.
But I want something that she's going to be like.
I don't give a shit what she wants. I want to hear what she wants. Put her on. If you want to talk about your wife shit, then have her say it, okay? Jesus Christ.
Rob says he wants to hear what you want for your anniversary. Rob says he wants to know what you want.
We're tired of hearing him speak for you. It's 2021, Dan.
She says she has no clue.
You see? And that's a lot shorter than the spiel of bullshit you were going to tell us. Maybe she wants a girl's night out. Maybe she wants to go cut loose and get her hair done or go hang out at a spa or something.
Yeah, she doesn't do that kind of bull crap.
Maybe she wants apple-bottom jeans and boots with the fur.
Right?
Maybe she wants coke and a male hooker.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
So Rob says maybe you want coke and a
You
male
never know,
hooker.
man.
Is that what you want?
Laugh of joy?
The heck out of her laughing.
Yeah. Coke and a male hooker make you happy. Coke and a hooker make you glad. Coke and a male hooker make you celebrate. Even though they might make your hubby mad. Coke and a male hooker for fun. Okay.
Brownies is like, what?
Really? Brownies, you know what Coke and a male hooker does for you. People acting all innocent.
Well,
You know, one of them Tupperware parties.
Mm-hmm. Get yourself a 12-foot dildo.
Ruger is probably sitting here thinking, what the fuck did I hop into tonight?
No,
Right?
Ruger's from Louisiana. That stuff's pretty normal down there. My family's from Louisiana.
yeah, whereabouts?
Originally Baton Rouge.
See, I got a lot of family in Leesville, DeRidder, Shreveport, and Lake Charles.
Yeah. You've got my last name.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, you're. I was like, wait. When you said you have my last
Oh,
name, I was thinking-
no.
I was like, no,
I'm not your daddy, dude.
Are you my real dad?
Right?
Let's go fishing.
Let's go fishing.
I'm gonna need a new boat, Dad.
But yeah, I've got a lot of family from down there, and they're just about as weird as I am.
You don't want a new boat. You want an old shitty boat that questionably floats right now.
I have officially called everybody who has posted one of those a pussy on every forum I'm a member of. Every one of those. And I've also put out a call. If you honestly think that you would rather give up your crap than fight this battle, you can send it to me. That way you have no liability in this battle. I will gladly take your stuff. No takers so far.
I don't know why. I have zero clue why.
None at all. I mean, I'm offering that they don't have to worry about it.
I worked hard just to buy all this shit I bought, yeah.
Yeah, that means people should stay and fight, right?
Yep, you would think.
Well, if things are genuinely as bad as people believe they are, then there's nothing left. You've already lost. You should just go ahead and give up and launch your whatever your process is for the end of the world. Because as much crazy stuff as I'm hearing about how everything is lost, why would you bother? If everything is lost, why would you get up and go to work? Why would you do anything that did not involve fleeing to the hills?
I think people still have normal routines and just may draw a line in their personal life that, instead of just handing it over, they'll die with it in a sense.
Yeah.
But, that's all determined on an individual level and between them people, and what people say online may not always be the true story. And
yeah, you get a lot of keyboard commandos. So.
Yep, a lot of keyboard
Yeah, but there's also the other side of that where people that really do take action don't really talk about it too much. As they say, watch out for the quiet ones. So there's always two sides to a coin. It's just people are people, and they're all going to handle things differently. And occasionally, we all talk shit. So
yeah, we were talking at work today, and we were, granted, last year sucked with COVID and all the shutdowns and everything, but I'm like, I'm not that social of a person in the first place. So, like, as far as my personal life, not a hell of a lot changed other than I miss my family.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I miss going to some of the restaurants when they had to close down.
I do, but to be honest with you, like this is one of the dangers of working in retail. I spend so much time all day long at work talking to people. Once I get off work, unless I really want to hang out with you, I don't want to see anybody.
Get away.
I like.
So we should feel honored that he's here.
I think
Right?
we should. Yeah.
But like, I'm not saying go sit in a restaurant. There was some of the restaurants that got closed down. I like to place it to go order, and go pick it up and take it. And the restaurants were completely closed down for a while, except if you were like a fast food place. And so
the ones were here were all open. They all stayed open for takeout. You just couldn't go in.
Yep. Although one of my favorite restaurants got shut down, and I was so angry at the owner because when this first started, I went to him and I went to go to Uber Eats to order something from them, and I noticed that they weren't on the app. And I went to the owner and was like, dude, you need to get in with Uber Eats. I said, everybody is ordering stuff through Uber Eats. You're going to be able to stay open. He was like, no, they won't shut the place down. And he never got aligned with Uber Eats, and he ended up dying.
Well, some of the bars here, they passed an ordinance so you could get takeout drinks.
Yeah.
I'm like, so what? Are we just going to sit in the parking lot and run a tab or some shit?
It sounds good to me.
You could go pick up food and you could pick up a mixed drink. They'd have the lid taped shut and everything. That sounds like a super bad idea. Sign me up.
Yeah.
Drinks to go wasn't a thing where y'all at?
Never. Yeah.
No, it's not allowed.
DWI.
We don't have drive-through liquor stores like they do, like over in Iowa they do, but here in Nebraska we don't.
They have drive-through liquor stores in California, but like when I was in South Carolina,
they don't in New York.
You could get to-go drinks. Like you could go into the bar, be drinking, and then say, okay, hey, I want a to-go drink, and they'd put it in a styrofoam cup with a lid and hand you a straw. You couldn't put the straw in the drink while you were still inside the bar. You had to wait till you were outside the bar to be able to put the straw in the drink.
Oh, no, a lot of them here had curbside. They bring you a Morgan and Coke with your meal and you drive off. I'm like, okay.
Well, yeah. They were...
everybody's worried about food. I'm sorry, go ahead.
They were going to do that here, and I think they started to pass that, but you could only have so many drinks based upon how much food you were ordering.
Yeah.
So you couldn't like when I lived in South Carolina, you didn't have to order food. You could just go into the bar and say, hey, I want a, 32-ounce rum and Coke. They would make it to go.
Huh.
Somebody's hit.
I'm more concerned with activity.
Yeah.
Things being open and available. That's my more concern. I like to just hop in the car and go somewhere, like not know where I'm going to go and just end up, stayed away or something. Make a weekend out of it or something, do stuff. But with the way things are now, it's more of an issue and all the different restrictions and, everything's closed. Like activities as far as kids, parkour is closed, hiking trails in some places are closed, camping's an issue. Doing stuff, museum tours, that's a problem. I mean, there's all this stuff. I mean, honestly, food I can care less about, honestly. Here, most of the places are open, and food to me is just fuel to move on to later in the day or the next day. I don't really care too much about food, but it's all the other activities that bother me, and things that normally would do, festivals, activities where you're out and doing shit. That's just all been dead this year. Even the fair was shut down. I mean, there's like nothing going on. I mean, all you can do is go out and spend money on freaking food, which pisses me off because half the places I spend money on food at, the food tastes like shit anyway. So, I mean, I should have just stayed at home. I don't know. I'm just getting frustrated with all that shit. And nobody wanted to do anything.
Yeah, I just miss being able to take a trip to see my parents because my parents are in their mid to late 70s, and they are afraid of all this COVID stuff, so they haven't let people come see them. I saw my parents a grand total of twice last year, other than on Zoom or phone calls. So that part has bugged me. But as far as going out and being social on a Friday or Saturday night with people, and kind of like usually I'm just peopled out by then.
Yeah, like, and I kind of understand what Rob's talking about, because that's what a lot of what the wife and I used to do a lot was we would just jump in the car and we just go drive, have no plan on where we were going. We just drive, and wherever we ended up, you know, and it was the adventure of the drive, you know, what you're seeing, you know, and stuff like that. And then another is we have around the 4th of July, where we're at now, we have what's called Graffiti Weekend, which is like a 7 to 10 day event of like classic cars that are around. They're cruising in different places. You know, you have different, you know, and everything. And on like the big graffiti day, they have five different places that they'll be parked and stuff. And one of them is a huge park, and you cannot make it through to see every single car in like one day. There's just so many that are there, and they're friggin' awesome, and the cars will rotate in and out and stuff like that. And they say like the first 9,999 are free, and then they start charging at the 10,000th car.
Yeah, I do miss going to car shows, and like my kids and I, we used to. The Strategic Air Command Museum is only about 30 miles from here.
Oh, dude.
We love to go seeing that. I mean, that place is really cool. Like that kind of place, that kind of stuff I do miss, but it's the, you know, that was one of the problems when I was married too. My wife worked from home, so when I get home, she'd want to go out and do something. Like, you got to be kidding me. I talked to 50 customers today. But yeah, stuff like the museums, I do miss doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, museums are fun.
I do love going to museums.
Yeah, I have a good time museum. Well, not a good time, but I enjoy checking out museums, especially older things, history, glass museum, all that type of stuff is interesting. And
so, like,
if anybody's is into that, most of them do offer military discounts, just so you're aware.
Yeah, the ones locally do.
Yeah, so it's pretty usually interesting, you know, brain food stuff, I guess. And a good way to stretch your legs if you're out of town on a trip too.
Yeah, we've got a really nice at the university here. They have a really nice museum of natural history. We've got a couple decent art museums fairly close, and then just stuff like that, or like we're close to where my folks' farm's at. There's a place called Pioneer Village. That's been pretty much closed all summer because that's got a working old school town and everything with all sorts of stuff, and you can't go see that kind of stuff.
Our local museums here, one of them has a duck that they take out a couple of times a year, and if you show your veteran's ID and there's a trip scheduled, they'll actually let you drive the duck, and that's pretty cool.
Now, so you're talking about like the amphibious vehicles?
Correct. It's basically a deuce and a half with a boat on it.
They have those in Seattle. They have those in Seattle and stuff, and so many of them have friggin' crashed and sunk and stuff.
You can't. It is a truck with a boat on it. It's not a boat, and so you kind of have to be careful with it. You know, they put it out in the middle of the Tennessee River, and it's not going to sink. It's pretty stable.
Well, yeah, they have been doing it for years and years in Seattle. They have the ducks and stuff, but there's still accidents that happen, and one of them it happened. And I think like 10 people were killed.
Yeah. Were they unable to swim?
Lots of car accidents happen every day.
I was going to say,
they were driving down the road because, you know, they on the duck tour that they do in Seattle, they like drive through Seattle and stuff like that before they go and
They
get
had a
into
car
the
accident.
water and everything. And yeah, they got into a car accident and
Ducks
rolled
don't
it
have seatbelts. Yeah.
and rolled the damn thing.
Yeah, I can see where that would be a problem.
You know, one thing I don't miss that a lot of people do miss is going to see movies in the theater.
I don't miss that at all either. Yeah.
You know why I don't? You know why I don't miss it?
You had to disarm yourself.
Not so much. No, it's so everybody is all excited because they went to all the leather recliners and stuff. Well, the ones here are love seats, and there's a armrest in between. And when you go to a movie, if you go to a movie as a single guy, you don't know who in the hell you're sharing a love seat with anymore.
Oh man.
I went to see one of the Star Wars movies one time, and I ended up sharing the seat with this guy in his mid-60s, and we're both bigger guys, and just for comfort, he kept trying to flip the damn center armrest up. Like, no, we'll leave that thing down.
You ought to have snuggled over next to him real close, put your head on his shoulder. I bet he'd have left.
I got to the point where they have on Tuesdays, it was $10 movie night. So if I wanted to go to a movie or Tuesday or whatever day was, I just buy two tickets so I could have the whole damn thing to myself. I don't know. I just don't like sharing a love seat with a stranger for 2.5 hours.
Telling you, dude, throw your leg over his legs, put your arm around his waist, put your head on his shoulder. He'd have got up and left quick. That'd have been your seat.
Oh.
You got to suspend some of those things that make you uncomfortable.
Yeah, or the guy would be waiting there every night hoping he comes back.
I don't know. I live in one of the two most liberal towns in the whole state, so
he may have started rubbing on his leg when he put it up there.
Sounds like one of those 3 a.m. rest stop bathroom meetings to me.
Hey,
well, everybody else, like, you gotta be crazy. At least these are comfy. They're leather and they have power reclining, everything. Like, well, you do you, boo. I don't want to share a love seat with someone I don't know.
Did you tell him it was hard out there for a pimp?
Now, when I take my kid to a movie, that is kind of cool because then it's fun, but then it's with the person you know. But like I'm a single guy, and I usually if I go to a movie, it's usually by myself, so right. I kind of miss the old traditional seats.
Ruguru's like, this is my first time in a live stream, and what did I sign up for?
Dude, this ain't weird for us.
Nah, this ain't weird.
These some bitches aren't even talking guns. What the hell?
You can only talk guns for so long.
Yep.
What the hell?
Oh, the wife just spilled something on herself.
Oh, I was like, who just had an orgasm?
Thinking of that stripper.
I'm in love with a stripper. She bounces. Oh, wait. Sorry.
She just spilled a beer on her leg.
Brownie said it's weird to get out.
That's alcohol abuse.
She spilled it on her butt, she says. And no, I'm not going to.
Wait, how do you spill a beer on your butt?
Talent. It's just talent.
You got to have skills to do that.
You've got skills. Work that booty all night long. So I've decided that my local academy is releasing ammunition every morning. Like they're getting trucks in, but they're releasing it a little at a time. Because a buddy of mine's gotten shotgun ammo online the last 2 mornings at 8 a.m. I'm going to try tomorrow morning and order some.
So do you try the trick that I found here? Like if they have it listed online, or even if you call them, you have them hold it, and then like here, what I'll do is I'll call them. If they have it, I'm like, hey, can you hold some for me? Customer service, I'll come pick it up. And they do, but then I go to the actual ammo department, get my limit, pay for it, then pick up my limit at the customer service counter so I can get double.
No, I don't do that
trick is a good reason to be why you're single, Defense Dad.
Yeah.
What's that?
Most women don't like guys that turn tricks in a relationship. So
That's true. That's true.
That might be part of the problem.
With the bone done tricks, better run faster than my gun.
You know, the funny thing was, after my divorce was final, I found even a fat white guy, it's not hard to meet people. But anymore, like so many people, the only times I would meet people is like through those online like dating sites.
Right.
And most of the women on there are pretty damn liberal. So like, I don't really. It's not really too much of a draw for me these days.
Not really your speed.
If you want,
But it surprised me how I'll just say it, how slutty women in their mid to late 40s when they're single are at my age.
Oh my God, dude, yes.
Because if you've seen my videos, you would think it would be hard to get a date, but it's actually not.
Oh boy.
Dude, at that point, they're just looking to figure out how they don't have to go back to work.
Yeah, I'd be cautious of the online stuff. I know a couple people that tried that route, and they keep getting people that are fishing for loans and all types of shit. And, you know,
it was more like you go on a first date.
Stories about how the mom is sick and all this shit and everything.
I didn't run into that, but you'd be on a first date. You're still on the salad course. And then people are like, so how long do you think you'll date before you get married and everything? I don't know, but I'm not done with my salad yet. So can we talk about something else? Like the main course hasn't even come yet.
Yeah, it's kind of like formal, and it's like you're expecting too much, I think, with those sites. You know, people, I don't know. Natural is what seems to work. I would just suggest that maybe you try something different than you normally do. Now, it doesn't mean like go start hanging out at the bar or something, but that's
the thing. I'm just gonna if I meet someone, I'm gonna meet someone. But to be honest with you, I'm not in any hurry to get married.
I'm not even saying that. Just a partnership. We could see it as a role model for your daughter or whatnot, whatever the case is. Not a replacement, but just somebody else, in their life or however. Obviously, you don't want to rush things, but the point is, I'm just saying a lot of people get bummed out because they do the same shit and expect different results. Like you gotta break out of your box a little bit if you want to meet somebody that does something different. Like we all get rushed, but if you tag along with your friends, sometimes you learn something else you're interested in that you wouldn't have took the time yourself to bother with. But
what Rob is proposing is go to a bar that's full of people that you would not normally date. People more like you. People a lot more like you.
Well,
the hard part, I actually have met a couple
because if they're hanging out at the bar before you, they're going to be hanging out at the bar with you or after you when you're at work. So
that's right. Rob is suggesting that you buy leather chaps and a riding crop.
I'm just saying it could be the grocery store, but you got to be open minded. You know what I mean? You got to be try different shit, man, and be open minded, and things will happen.
Here's what I ran into. So a lot of women my age, they're either looking for their second or third marriage, or what a lot of them had a big problem with is I have a hard and fast rule. If I start dating someone, they are not going to meet my daughter until it becomes serious. And a lot of women have that problem. They have a problem with that. But my daughter has a mom. I don't like her, but she has a mom. She does not need to see people coming in and out of my life. And that's a problem for a lot of the gals that I started dating. But I will not break that rule.
Yeah. Well, I get it, but at the same time, I would state, knowing how they actually interact with your child has its benefits too. Just because everything's great for you doesn't mean it's your child just got to deal with it. At least not to me. It kind of sucked to get that perfect person that treats your child like an extra or third wheel or, something different, not as equal or something. You know what I mean? Because I don't give a shit how good you are in bed or how you make me feel. You ain't sticking around if you're gonna look down at my kid. You know what I mean? So I guess that interaction with kids is a biggie, and so I don't know. I can understand not having
different ladies at the house all the time, all that type of stuff. But at what point would you consider serious and this and that? Because obviously, before I'd want to get serious, I'd want to know that the kids were, that it was a good match for everybody, personally.
Yeah, but it's going to be more than 3 days before I let anybody meet my kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 3 days, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
But that's what you get. Like, you're on the third day, like, well, we need to get our kids together and see if they. No, you'd be on the third day, and they're like, well, we need to get our kids together, see if they can get along. So see if we should keep dating. I'm like,
what the fluffy bunny? One of my employees, she refers to her stepkids as bonus son and daughter when she doesn't call them by name. So she calls them her bonus kids. And I thought that was the cutest thing, that she calls them her bonus kids, not step. You know what I mean?
Well, I think we're losing the audience retention, so
yeah, I think so too.
It's an after.
Go ahead and start giving channel plugs and wrap this bad boy up. So we'll start with the fresh blood and Rougarou. What do you got going on with your channel? Who are you? Where can people find you?
Oh man, I don't need to give a plug. You guys do that enough for me as it is.
Oh, you got to plug yourself.
I got a few videos coming out pretty soon. Getting back on gun related stuff. I've been off of it for a couple of videos.
Oh, you got to make sure you get Biden in there. That's definitely a draw.
Good website.
Biden potato. Is it Biden approved?
Always.
Mr. Rob D, what's going on?
Not a damn thing. No. Thanks for having me. And yeah, catch you guys next time.
Cool. Thank you for being here, Mr. Nighthawk Medic.
Well, we're finally going to get the night vision video out tomorrow. And man, thanks for bringing me in. Everybody out there, if you aren't already subscribed, subscribe to these amazing people and have a good night. Stay safe.
Thank you again for being here twice. And last but not least, Mr. Defense Dad.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, check everybody's videos out. I got one that's going to be released on Tuesday that's probably going to piss some people off, but it's just to get people thinking. It's kind of related to some stuff that's happened in chat in the last few weeks.
Cool. I can't wait to be pissed off and unsub and resub.
There you go.
So, I want to thank everyone who has stopped by and was the panelist on here for a while. Mr. DM Foss, Mario Mosen, Warsaw Patriot. Thank you guys for swinging on the panel. And I want to thank everyone who's been out in the crowd. So, yes, only 5 hours tonight. So, again, thank you all. And I do know G-Webs should be getting ready to do a live stream here pretty soon. So,
yay.
Check him out if you're not already subscribed. Subscribe to him. And every Friday is Free Packs Friday on gear websites. So that's a cool and amazing idea. And we have the 2nd of the month coming up before my next live stream. So remember, we all can do Every Second Matters. Even if you can't get out there and open carry, you can at least try to having conversations with people about the reason why we really liked the Second Amendment and why we need to promote it and try to bring new people in. So again, thank you all.